The song inside me, the one no one ever heard. When did it begin? It only circled behind the clouds. I believe there must be a door quietly open somewhere, but the dreams I couldn't bear to speak made me deny myself from within. I wanted to break through the clouds. I didn't want to keep living as if in hiding. I wanted the song to become me, and me to become the song, to float through the blue sky. Even if I staggered, I still longed to become a soft light beneath the clear sky. Those times that laughed at me, they were my own shadows. But to have a shadow is to know there's light. I held on to the memories, and instead of giving up, I embraced the song. Even on abandoned paths, I believed harmonies would bloom. Though my voice was often buried in the world's noise, a piece of sky between the clouds always shimmered quietly inside me. I wanted to break through the clouds. I wanted to build a path of song over all the places I had fallen. Now I know this road I've walked, in the end, was always a path that would shine through song. Because I staggered, the echo grew stronger, and because that echo lived, so do I, still singing, even if it ends as an empty voice lost in the dark. This is my beginning. Am I forever? This is my forever and my beginning.
Sitting by the shaded window, I stare at the parts of me that light never touches. In this place, no one seeks. I quietly call out to myself. The wind outside knows where to go, but I don't. Only in this silence
reaches out to me. My shadow has always been there, quietly calling my name behind me. Silence is my friend, talkative, awkward, and often too loud. But when I'm alone, it's the only one I trust to stay. My shadow, the one no one ever knew, raised me in the dark and guarded me beneath the shade. The world may never see me, but it always has. I throw words at empty walls, and still I remain. Even in this hollow space, I call, I listen, I answer. I once feared being forgotten, but I've made peace. A shadow exists only when there's still a light. Maybe I am, however faint, a bit of that light. The shadow they never knew still holds pieces of me. I live with it and slowly rebuild myself somewhere between the dark and the dawn. Who I am now is held quietly in that shadow. And because it held me, I am a little less alone. The truth is, that shadow was me all along. And now I finally see it. I walked into the clouds. Everyone said the path was hidden there, among words falling like rain. My heart kept soaking in silence. It was brighter than light, but louder than silence. In the laughter of colliding shoulders, I became increasingly transparent. I didn't know where the road led, but I knew it wasn't mine. A world that demanded proof in thunder, I turned back. A calm beyond the clouds called to me. Someone once told me all roads are meant to be walked together, but I've come to understand some roads must be taken alone, and that too is a truth. return to where I started. A place with no blame, no applause, only my breath speaking clearly inside me. Inside the clouds I remember a road does not exist until I walk it, and so I return to the quiet that belongs to me. I walked, I paused, I turned around, and now I walk again on my own path, this time unwavering. I wandered for a long time, searching for myself in the fog. Perhaps it was to forget you, so I kept you hidden deep within me. The day your face faintly reappeared, I turned away, too worn out to face the warmth in your eyes. Beyond the mist, your face appeared, as if it were the first time. No words, no reasons, just you quietly looking at me, and I, afraid, closed my eyes. Love at times hurts more for the one who hides than for the one who waits. Only then did I understand, back then I was you. Will I see you again? No, can I truly face you? That moist, forgiving smile, could it still forgive me? The mist has lifted, and you stood there unchanged, as if you'd always been waiting. And I recognized you again. The face I searched for in silence shone from deep within me, like
glad to be reflected on someone's warm ordinary evening. But now the moonlight holds back as if weighed down by memories it cannot shine through. From behind the clouds it watches wordless, afraid to reach the windows where it used to rest so easily. The moonlight still holds back its words, not from pride but from a quiet ache. Perhaps it too remembers joy so tender it can't be spoken, so it watches instead, its silence more intimate than any greeting. Sometimes I feel its gaze on me, as if to say, I still see you, but it says nothing. Not because it doesn't care, but because caring has become a kind of silence. Tonight the moon is hidden again, but I know it's there, like the way your name remains in my chest, unspoken but glowing. The moonlight still says nothing, but I no longer need the words. I sit in this hush and remember you, as if the silence between us was always part of the song. One day maybe the moon will speak again, not in words but in light that spills quietly into someone's loneliness. Until then I'll listen to its silence. It has always known how to At some point, it vanished. The wind that sounded like your voice, it brushed past my cheek, left a whisper and moved on, like a scent from that afternoon that refuses to fade. Where are you now? Even your quietest traces have become only memory. I repeat your name until I stop staring at the clouds outside the window, beneath the sky that says nothing. Where did the wind go? The road you used to drift down remains just the same, and I'm still here waiting for another season to carry you back to me. You left without a word, but even in that silence I heard it, the faint breath of the wind whispering your name. like a dream only I have, but I still believe one day that dream will drift back to me. Where did the wind go? Like the look in your eyes back then, warm and quietly kind. That moment still lives in me today, lost in longing. I quietly open the window again. The wind, it's always something that leaves, but also something that returns. So here I sit by this quiet window, waiting for you to return, just as I always have and will always. Yesterday, I pause at a familiar shadow, regrets of that day, the silence etched at every corner, words unsaid, expressions missed. All those moments look back at me, but I am no longer the same. Having passed through that day, I stand here now, passing by yesterday's me. I learned what it means to live now, over fond memories I gently step into today. It's okay to waver, that's the path I walked. Maybe even then I was trying my best in clumsy sincerity. Let's not hate that heart too. Every trembling moment must have been guiding me. The wind brushed by, my past self remained. I choose not to turn away, but to gently embrace him. Passing by yesterday's me, I speak to myself, it's okay, that time was you too, with a little warmth beyond the shadows of yesterday. I embrace who I am today, and now I no longer fear the past, because every road had opened toward me, and I chose to walk them. I sat by the window and stayed for a long while. The breeze passed street branches sway, sunlight slid indifferently across the wall. Not even knowing what I was waiting for, my thoughts wandered further, words that made no sense were spoken first by the heart. The part of me wanting to drift away, and the part of me choosing to stay here. They simply looked at each other and said nothing. And so the thoughts lingered longer, a single name that had rested on that windowsill in that moment, quietly brushed through my heart. A thought that lingered by the window, perhaps it was you. Your silent gaze without a word was the beginning of every day. I remember I may have wavered, but I never collapsed within that quiet silence. You were still there. People pass by and the view outside the window shifted, but the heart seated in that spot remained the same. A single point called you rose to the surface. Even in the moments I believed I had forgotten, the memory held its place. A thought that lingered by the window. Yes, it was you who remained in me. Maybe even now you don't remember me at all, but brushes the window again. Another day fades, still today. Before your name, I quietly, wordlessly linger on. Time flowed without a word, and I was within it. Even without doing anything, everything kept passing by. The air soaking in, the falling sound of rain. One emotion melted quietly and gently touched me. I hadn't come too far, nor did I know where I was going. But in this very moment, it felt okay to stop. Like the blurred view beyond the window, I watched my hazy self, and somehow that haze felt warm. Time slowly soaks like quiet rain,
heart stood still and my body moved slower. In that slowness, for the first time, I gently held myself. To others, this may be a vanishing moment, but for me, it becomes etched, a lingering trace that stays. This quiet soaking becomes a part of me. Time slowly soaks and I dissolve into it, not in the past or the future, but only here. I let myself be drenched, and that alone feels enough. Time soaking quietly, no words, no comfort. Like rain, like breath, gently holds me. I am soaked, but I do not fall. Shuttered shops, a hushed road, only unfamiliar footsteps remain on the street we once walked. But beneath the street lamp, a single shadow halts me and brings your face to mind. When we walked here, the night never felt so dark. Moments our fingers brushed, smiles exchanged without words. I feel them still lingering somewhere along this road. Under the night sky, our street still breathes in silence. Since the day we parted, we've never crossed here again. But somehow time still flows in this space, as if waiting for us to return.
Where are you now? Beneath that same night sky, have you ever thought of me too?
A feeling that mirrors my own seems to circle this street, as if our hearts still wait for each other here. Even if time has changed everything, this street still holds the night we once shared. Under the night sky, I walk this path again, though you're not beside me. The memory of you has never faded, even without moonlight. The night remembers us and carries us gently.
You simply sat beside me in the silence where only heavy breaths passed. Your hand touched mine for no reason at all. It wasn't sympathy, nor was it pity. It was just a quiet warmth that told me I wasn't alone. Since that day, I began to believe in warmth, a touch deeper than words, that silent reach of yours. The warmth you handed me without words, you sensed my tears before they even fell. It was my heart that understood yours before our lips ever spoke, and I still remember that night. People say you have to speak to be understood, but I know better now. True hearts can be felt in silence, like you did that day. That warmth still lives in me. Whenever I want to hold someone's hand, I remember you. And that night, the warmth you gave me, it became the beginning of who I am now. That quiet wordless gift still fills this night with gentle light. Now I want to offer that same warmth to someone else, because I learned from you that even without words we can still reach one another.
A scene I thought I'd forgotten suddenly stirs the air of now. A familiar scent, a known voice, time has passed, but the feeling remains untouched. When I close my eyes, the light of that day seeps in again. A long locked drawer inside my chest opens. Words
stood still. No name, no memory could knock on my heart. Each night in the low haze of silence, even I had been forgotten. But then one day a small song seeped in. It wasn't a famous song nor a dazzling melody, like someone's quiet whisper. It gently brushed through me, and in that moment something began to tremble. The warmth I had forgotten inside me slowly opened its eyes. That song reminded me of myself, of the dreams I once held, of the road I was walking. That song shook me awake, offering a small reason to begin again. So many days have passed, but what truly reached my heart was that quiet line of melody. Because it was nameless, it echoed deeper. Because only I recognize its truth, it stayed longer. The world may have ignored my heart, but that song heard it. Words no one else knew, they lived inside me. Perhaps it was the first comfort I ever gave myself. That song still echoes within me. Even now I believe it's quietly waking someone's heart. The song was small but powerful, silent but capable of shaking the world. And now I remember that song just as that little vibration changed my day. I hope it touches someone's darkness like a light. So I sing again.
The word alone is not just a number. Sitting by a sunlit window, I felt its meaning with my whole being. In a room where no one stayed, only time seemed to watch me as it quietly flowed by. This afternoon resembled me, like the scent of underbrewed coffee, like a shadow leaning against the window frame. It spread wordlessly. I meant to speak, but simply swallowed the feeling under the name alone. I looked gently into myself. An afternoon called solitude. It wasn't loneliness, but a pause granted to my time. I did miss the warmth of another's hand, but within the stillness I began
alone speaking to myself. A single breeze was enough to stir my heart. The sunlight felt unusually warm, and for some reason I wanted to cry. In a room with no one else, only my own warmth slowly filled the space. Being without someone's shadow doesn't mean being empty. It means looking deeper into myself. And now I hear my own voice. An afternoon called solitude. Perhaps it was a small gift given to me in a space no one else can fill. I slowly catch my breath again. The afternoon I thought was lonely. Within that silence I was quietly holding myself. Beneath the sunlight the passing hours brushed against me, and for a moment everything felt warm.
Who could have been in the deep dawn? Someone whispered my name gently, stirring my heart. Walking a quiet alley, I turned around, but no one was there. Like a breath left without a sound, a warmth settled into my chest. Maybe it was you, the one still living deep inside me. Was it you who called me, the one face remaining after all the hesitation? A voice I thought I'd forgotten, a feeling I thought had faded, brushed against me again. Even in the breeze passing by, there was a trace of your scent. Tonight with the door closed, I sit quietly, echoing that sound. Maybe it was a memory, wasn't the wind. Maybe it was just you I couldn't let go. I ask again, was it you who called me from the far end of time? A single step returning. Still, I remain within that question. When I close my eyes, I can still hear your voice, that silent tremble, calling me by name. Yes, even now I remember you by that first voice.
a season I thought I'd forgotten, a flower quietly bloomed on the memory shaken by the wind. It sat silent, nameless. I didn't know that memory still lived in me, from the place that hurt the most. A soft light had started to grow. I thought the past had disappeared completely, but through a crack in time your voice gently seeped in, saying nothing. It tapped a corner of my heart, like a single bloom opening right then and there. A flower bloomed in a crack of memory, not quite sorrow, not quite joy, just me as I was. That flower taught me that what we try to erase doesn't simply vanish, even on pain. A quiet scent can bloom. The days I loved someone, the nights I missed them, they all became the soil that shaped who I am now. And on that soil what bloomed wasn't your name or my tears, but a wordless confession. To return there, but I had forgotten. Some flowers only bloom in that place. A flower bloomed in a crack of memory. Was it me? Was it you? Or the moment when we were still in us? It bloomed quietly, soaked the heart gently, and simply smiled toward time itself. Now I know not to remember, but to carry the flower and walk further. So today I pass through that crack again, quietly watching that flower bloom.
I couldn't say, hid behind the clouds. Words I never shared with anyone kept drifting in the same place without rest. Sometimes I look to the sky and handed my thoughts to the clouds, but they always return to me quietly, faithfully. The words hidden behind the clouds, they were me failing to reach you. The silence that flowed that day still words for someone always required courage, and I never had enough. So I tucked myself deeper into the clouds. Above the past seasons, words scattered, and the wind whispered to me again, it's not too late. The words hidden behind the clouds, they are still the you within me. Even if I never said a thing, my heart was always turning to you. Still I look at those clouds, all the words I couldn't say remain behind them. One day when those words dissolve and the sky clears, then you will appear and say you knew that you always knew, and I was that feeling too.
That day you walked away without a word, and I swallowed a question that never reached your back. Some words are heavier than sound, some feelings deeper than expression. As time passed, the answer drifted further, and I learned to hold its absence more carefully. I thought I had forgotten, but sometimes suddenly your name would bloom inside me like a quiet breath. The answer that never reached, perhaps it was a question I never truly asked. It hovered in your gaze, then vanished like a line unspoken. And in that gap, I'm still learning how to live. People ask questions, get answers, and pass through the day. But I still stack my days without an answer. The words I never said have turned into songs within the passage of time. Though they never reached you, to me they became a melody I can't forget. The answer that never reached, maybe it was a truth I needed to say to myself. The awkwardness, the hesitation, the silence between, I carry all of it as I sing even now. The answer that never reached was a question I had long carried, and that
question has stayed within me longer than you ever did. And now I know how to live through nights without that answer. There were many days when clouds filled my heart. No matter how I tried to see, it felt like light would never break through. But then a single ray slipped through the clouds and quietly shone on me. People say the moon is always there, but I know if it's veiled by clouds, its light can't be seen. So I began to lift the clouds within myself, one by one. Like the moon veiled by clouds, I long to shine. But more than brilliance, I wish to be a warmth you could reach. Not hiding, not running, but staying, quietly holding you in warmth. They say we must pass through darkness to meet our light. Before those words became truth for me, I too had to walk through many nights. Now I see it wasn't the moon, it was my heart that had been the cloud all along. And when I cleared that sky at last, I could approach you fully, truly, like the moon veiled by clouds. I had always been there. Now I wish to be a quiet light in your night sky, so even in silence you will know where I am. Yes, I like the moon veiled by clouds, lingered long in my place. And now I finally see the clouds parting. I never sought to change the world, just to shine. I only wanted to quietly face my heart. And knowing that now I am enough, even if I don't reach you just like this, I am enough.
sky. At last I could approach you fully, truly. Like the moon veiled by clouds, I had always been there. Now I wish to be a quiet light in your night sky. So even in silence you will know where I am. Yes, I like the moon veiled by clouds, linger long in my place. And now I finally see the clouds parting. I never sought to change the world just to shine. I only wanted to quietly face my heart, and knowing that now I am enough. Even if I don't reach you just like this, I am enough.
Summer heat, autumn breeze, winter snow. No matter the season, we'd always go to that little cafe on the corner street. Two iced Americanos, just you and me. Iced Americano, coffee cold like the wind, but your hands were warm, pulling me in. You'd bite the ice, laugh so free. Now it's just me and my memories. Frost on the window, your breath on the glass, tracing little hearts, making time slow past. Fingers numb, you'd blow on mine, sipping the cold, saying I like it just fine. Iced Americano, coffee cold like the wind, but your hands were warm, pulling me in. You'd bite the ice, laugh so free. Now it's just me and my memory. I stay the same, still order it cold, still whisper your name, still hear your voice in every sip, still taste your love on my lips. Iced Americano, coffee tastes like the past, frozen moments, but they don't last. You'd bite the ice, tease and play, but winter took you and slipped away. So I drink it slow, let the chill remain, hoping one day you'll come back again. sit on this old wooden bench, watching time drift by. Children laugh, lovers walk under the soft blue sky. The cherry blossoms dance like echoes of the past, moments that I once held close, but they never last. There's no way back, the years have flown, the road behind is carved in stone. But here I sit with dreams anew, for life still whispers there's more to do. I see a young man running with fire in his eyes. He reminds me of someone I knew in another life. Did I chase enough sunsets? Did I run far enough? Or was I too busy to notice the beauty of love? There's more to do. Maybe time is not my enemy, but a friend in disguise. Maybe age is not the end, just another sunrise. One more chapter, one more song, one more reason to carry on. There's no way back, but still a dream, a melody soft, a flowing stream. So here I sit, the world moves slow, and in this moment I let it go. No way back, but still a dream. No way back, but still a dream.
Morning sun spills golden light on my table. A quiet breeze hums through the wooden blinds. Steam from my cup paints delicate patterns. Softly spring whispers in silent rhymes. I see the spring reflected in my cup, cherry blossoms swirling with every stir. A sip of warmth, a moon frozen in time. With every taste, my heart begins to soar. Still soar. Gentle laughter from the cafe down the street. Pages of my book turn slow like the season, drifting in time. I let worries fade away. I see the spring reflected in my cup, golden mornings melting into dreams. No rush, no chase, just the rhythm of life, floating like petals in a coffee store. The world moves fast, but here I stay, sipping moments, letting time delay. One more taste, one more gentle sigh, spring and coffee drifting by. I see the spring reflected in my cup, golden memories dancing in my hands. With every sip I breathe a little more, softly, sweetly, just like before. Softly, sweetly, just like before. Spring and coffee, forevermore. The seat we always used to share, now it's just me sitting here. I trace my fingers on the wooden table, still feel the warmth lingering there. Outside the window, the world's the same old streets, the same old view. But you're not here, you're nowhere to be found, and I'm still sitting, waiting here alone. A cup of coffee, an empty seat. Your warmth is slowly fading away. Will time erase what's left behind, or will I still remember you right here? Once this place was filled with laughter, your soft gestures, the songs you used to hum. Now I hum them on my own, reliving moments that we left undone. One sip of coffee, your voice in my head. I close my eyes and hear you again. But when I wake, silence lingers, and I'm the only one left in this place. A cup of coffee, an empty seat. Your warmth is slowly fading away. Will time erase what's left behind, or will I still remember you right here? One day someone new will sit right here. New voices, new stories will start to appear. Another love, another memory. A brand new tale will fill this space. By then, will I have let you go, or will I still remember you right here? A cup of coffee, an empty seat. Your warmth is slowly fading away. I tell myself that I'll be fine, but I still remember you right here. I take the last sip of my coffee and tell myself it's time to leave.
find myself sitting here again by the window just like before. Sunlight spills across the table. I place my hands where yours once were. I tell myself I'm fine, I'm okay. The longing is faded with time. Leaning back on the past we shared, I quietly sip my coffee alone. Someday at this table again, will we ever meet by chance? What will you be like then? What kind of heart will I have? Coffee still tastes just as bitter. Time moves slowly, ever so slowly, through the passing crowd outside. I swear I see a glimpse of you. I'm not waiting for you anymore. You just cross my mind sometimes. Sitting here taking a sip, memories blur and slip away. Someday at this table again, will we ever meet by chance? What will you be like then? What kind of heart will I have? And if we meet again someday, what words would we even say? Would we smile like nothing's changed and simply ask, how have you been? Someday at this table again, will we just pass each other by? Our time together has long been frozen, yet the world keeps moving on. I take one last sip of coffee and quietly stand up, stepping away. Quietly stand up, stepping away. I quietly stand up, stepping away.
A cup of coffee left on the table, steam rising faintly, then fading away. A quiet space where only time moves. I no longer try to hold on, I just watch. Outside the window, the wind blows. People rush by in endless motion. Like them I too will drift away, floating forward, never stopping. A cup of coffee left behind in time. It feels like the end, but it's not the end. Memories that have passed yet never fade. Somewhere in my heart they still remain. The ones who left the season
again. A cup of coffee left behind in time. It feels like the end, but it's not the end. Memories that have passed yet never fade. Somewhere inside they will be reborn. We keep moving, never standing still. Even if bitterness lingers, I'll learn to love it too. Like the warmth that lingers on my fingertips, time too will embrace us gently. A cup of coffee left behind and time. Will this very moment be remembered someday? It feels like the end, but it's not the end. Once again, a new day will begin. I take a sip, breathe in deeply, and step forward toward what's next. Humming my song as I go. The same old seat by the window, soft jazz melodies floating in the air. We once whispered the words to this song, but now I hum it all alone. My fingers trace the table surface. Feels like your presence still lingers here, holding the warmth of my coffee cup. Somehow I hope you walk back in. Where did it all go? All the moments we shared, the laughter, the tears. A sip of coffee soaked in memories. Only your lingering scent remains to embrace me. A page from the book we once read together. The underlined words seem to whisper your voice. Time we thought would last forever disappeared so easily, so lightly, like dust in the wind. I know my coffee's turning cold, but I still can't bring myself to put it down. If I take this last sip, will our memories fade away too? Where did it all go? All the moments we shared, the laughter, the tears. A sip of coffee soaked in memories. Only your lingering scent remains to embrace me. When the rain falls painting the window, when the season you loved returns again, should I sit here once more waiting for you? No, it's time I learned to walk away. Where did it all disappear? Our stories, our moments, every trace of us. A sip of coffee fading into the air. Now only your scent remains.
facing me. I put my cup down, close my eyes one last time, taking in the last trace of your scent. Now it's time to finally let go now. It's time to truly, truly let go.
Morning rush outside a small store. One hand holding a paper cup, golden coffee inside. The sugar and cream slowly melt away, and yesterday's fatigue begins to fade. Park bench, sitting with a friend. Warmth passes through fingertips in this silent exchange of a single cup. Today too we share our comfort. Sweet, bitter and hot, one sip melts into the moment. A small break in a busy world, that's how we get through the day. Narrow alleys, an old corner shop, the familiar scent Mom used to stir, a white plastic spoon spinning round, bringing back warm memories. Late night at work, an empty office, a cold coffee sitting on my desk. At the very end of a weary day, still I lean into this familiar scent. Sweet, bitter and hot, one sip melts into the moment. A small break in a busy world, that's how we get through the day. Sometimes lonely, sometimes sweet. Each cup holds a story untold. When the bottom of the paper cup appears, another sip to carry on tomorrow. Sweet, bitter and hot, one sip melts into the moment. Though time moves on, some things don't change. Our familiar comfort, just like a cup of coffee. One hand holds coffee, the other holds the day. And just like that, one more cup. And just like that, one more cup.
Two cups sit between us, steam slowly rising. Words unspoken, but our hands keep hesitating. Your fingers trace the rim of porcelain white. I wonder if you hear my heartbeat tonight. Silence fills the air, but I hear it loud. Two restless souls lost in this quiet crowd. The winter has melted, but something remains. A whisper of longing, a touch unexplained. Your eyes flicker, searching for something to say. A sigh escapes, but you look away. Outside, the petals begin to fall, but in this restless souls lost in this quiet crowd. The winter's melted, but something remains. A whisper of longing, a touch unexplained. Should I reach across? Should I break this spell? Would you take my hand or would you say farewell? Coffee turns cold, but the warmth still lingers in the spaces between our intertwined fingers. No more silence, let the words finally come. Let my voice be the warmth like the touch of the sun. The winter is melted and something remains. Not just whispers, but love unchained. Two cups, one silent room. But now there's music between me and you.
Wasn't looking for you today, just passing by. The air was thick with coffee and time. Through the window where the light used to shine, now shadows fall where you sit, but your smile still grows. A corner table for two, where laughter used to be. Fingers touch, but they don't belong to me. You always loved the sunlight, now you hide in the shade. And I just stand here, watching love fade. The steam curls up like a quiet sigh. He leans in close, your hands intertwined. I take a breath, but it tastes like regret. Like the last sip of coffee, bitter and sad. Table for two, where laughter used to be. Fingers touch, but they don't belong to me. You always loved the sunlight, now you hide in the shade. And I just stand here, watching love fade. Maybe love is just a seed at a cafe, taken and left, then given away. Maybe I should walk, maybe I should go, but my feet won't move, and you'll never know. A corner table for two, where memories turn to dust. Your whispered words, a love I can't trust. You always loved the sunlight, now you hide in the shade. And I just stand here, watching love fade. One last look, one last sigh. The sun reflected from the window, so I couldn't see inside anymore. And I went on my lonely way. A bitter taste lingers table for two, now just empty space.
Sitting by the window, stirring my cup. I take a sip, force a smile just to keep up. When his fingers brush mine, I laugh out loud, holding his hand, playing along with the crowd. I know you're standing outside watching me, breaking inside as you struggle to breathe. Just like always, a step too far, never close, just watching from afar. So I smile a little brighter, hold him a little tighter. Every touch, every glance, weaving a web of lies, just to make sure you can see. But you never know what's inside of me. This is all because of you. Afraid you might look away too soon, so I laugh louder, fill the room, pull his hands like it's all so real, like I don't care, like I don't feel. But in my coffee's reflection, I see the truth. A sad girl pretending, losing her youth. And there you are, breaking outside. Why can't I stop thinking tonight? So I smile a little brighter, hold him a little tighter. Every touch, every glance, weaving a web of lies, just to make sure you can see. But you never know what's inside of me. This is all because of you. If you called my name just once, if you took one step closer just once, I wouldn't have to play this game. But why do you always stay the same? So I smile a little brighter, hold him a little tighter, like I'm drowning in love, but I'm barely alive, looking away so you won't see that inside it's only you and me. This is all because of you. The coffee's gone cold, my hands start to shake. Your shadow fades, but I force myself to stay, still smiling, pretending I'm okay. Do 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 do. The city hums in quiet waves, streetlights flicker, almost awake. I sit alone by the window's glow, stirring thoughts in a cup so slow. Footsteps echo but never stay. Midnight lingers, fading away. Coffee at 3 a.m., the world stands still. Time drips slow, yet refuses to spill. A sip of warmth, a taste of past. How long will this moment last? Neon signs blink like distant stars, lost in dreams of passing cars. The pages turn, but words don't land. I hold my cup with trembling hands. Memories refuses to spill a sip of warmth, a taste of past. How long will this moment last? Should I wait or let it go? Should I speak or just say no? The coffee's cold, but I don't mind. Some answers only come with time. Coffee at 3 a.m. The night leans in, lost between where I end and begin. A breath, a thought, a silent plea. Maybe that's enough for me. The city hums, the dawn breaks through. A cup half empty, a heart brand new. Morning light spills through the window pane. Soft reflections dancing in the gentle rain. A purring cat curled up beside my chair. Coffee swirls like time floating in the air. Coffee cat and a window of spring. Sunlight waltzing as the bluebirds sing. Steam rising slow like a whispered dream. In this moment, everything's serene. Breeze plays lightly with the curtains lace. Cherry petals drift slow and full of grace. A sleepy yawn, a flick of a tail. Time moves softer in this pastel tale. Coffee cat and a window of spring. Sunlight waltzing as the bluebirds sing. Steam rising slow like a whispered dream. In this moment, everything's serene. No need to chase, no need to try. Just let the hours slip and sigh. A little warmth, a little peace in this quiet world where worries cease. Coffee cat and a window of spring. Golden This is where I want to be. Let the light fade, let the world stay here with my coffee, my cat, and this day. Steam curls up from my fingertips. Soft laughter lingers on your lips. A breeze drifts by, a quiet tune carrying echoes of me and you. Coffee scent rides the spring breeze so slow, bringing whispers only we seem to know. With every sip, with every glance, the world slows down in this sweet romance. Sidewalks hum with stories untold. Hands brush lightly, a warmth we hold. Familiar roads, yet somehow new. Every step feels closer to you. Coffee scent rides the spring breeze so slow, bringing whispers only we seem to know. With every sip, with every glance, the world slows down in this sweet romance. Maybe love is like the air we breathe, silent, steady, yet wild and free. Or maybe it's like coffee's trace, lingering warm in time and space. Coffee scent rides a spring breeze tonight, bringing moments that feel just right. No rush, no chase, just let it be. Love will find us effortlessly. Soft and slow, the world unwinds, carrying love in coffee's time. The scent, the breeze, me and you. A love so real, a love so true. I woke up in a room I've never seen before. Soft light flickers, shadows on the floor. A cup of coffee still warm in my hands, but I don't remember how this all began. Is this a dream or a faded past? The echoes whisper, but they never last. I reach for you, but feel only frost. I take a sip, the taste is sweet, but all that's left is an empty seat. The light turns dim and I move slow. One last sip, then I let you go. Morning sunlight gently spills through my window. A warm sip wraps around my weary soul. Stories linger in this tiny cup I hold. Time melts slowly like a magic spell untold. One sip and the world feels softer. One sip and my heart grows warmer. A cup of coffee, a vast and quiet peace. A small happiness that brings me ease. By the rainy window on a silent afternoon, soft melodies blend with the scent in the room. Flipping through pages, letting moments breathe in this quiet embrace that brings me ease. One sip and the world feels softer. One sip and my heart grows warmer. A cup of coffee, a vast and quiet peace. A small happiness that brings me ease. Even in the rush of a busy day, this cup of coffee keeps the stress away. Deep in its scent, rich and divine, I find a reason to press rewind. One sip and the world feels softer. One sip and my heart grows warmer. A cup of coffee, a vast and quiet peace. A small happiness that brings me ease. Even when the last drop fades away, the warmth inside me still remains. A tiny miracle in every cup. Isn't that what life is made of? She watched the snow fall against her window pane. Cold hands wrapped around nothing but air. Silence filled the empty spaces he left. Echoes of laughter that vanished somewhere. Last winter felt so lonely. The world was white, but her heart was gray. Last winter felt so lonely. Every step was heavy, every word slipped away. Then one day, an old friend called her chair pulled out, a table set for two. Steam rising, filling the void in her chest. Coffee warm, like a touch she once knew. Last winter felt so lonely, but today the air feels different somehow. Last winter felt so lonely, yet here she sits, letting her guard fall down. Maybe healing comes in tiny sips. Maybe warmth is found in simple things, not in grand gestures, not in lost promises, but in moments like this, small yet infinite. Last winter felt so lonely, but spring is peeking through the open door. Last winter felt so lonely, yet the scent of coffee tells her there's more. She takes a sip, lets out a sigh. The past still lingers, but she won't ask why. Last winter felt so lonely, but maybe not this time.
You sat there staring at the window's cold glass, your hands wrapped around an empty cup lost in the past. I watched you from across the crowded cafe, silent, distant, like a whisper fading away. I too was lonely, just like you. I too wandered in shadows, passing through. Amid the silence, I saw you there, lost in winter's breath, yet unaware. Snow fell lightly, but I could see it weighed you down. Footsteps quiet, tracing circles on frozen ground. I thought of calling your name, but words got caught. So instead I ordered a coffee, hoping warmth would be brought. I too was lonely, just like you. Two souls meeting like a quiet dance. Amid the silence, I saw you. I'm right here with you.
A silent afternoon at a cafe table where no words were exchanged. You and I sat avoiding each other's eyes, trading only a few hollow smiles that hovered in the air. The coffee cooled quickly, and so did the warmth between us. Neither of us dared to speak while goodbye slowly filled the space between us. Just before the coffee cooled, in that fleeting moment, I wanted to remember you with a little more warmth. The words I couldn't say, I quietly placed them in the coffee and offered them to you. We were both learning how to part ways with aching awkwardness. No matter how prepared we were, there is no such thing as a goodbye that doesn't leave a crack in the heart. Though we said nothing, our silence was a final act of tenderness, a quiet refusal to wound one another. The scene may have faded now, but the warmth of that brief moment felt like a silent promise not to hate each other in the end. The coffee has long gone cold, the seats are now empty, but you back then and I at that moment, we held on to that final gentleness just long enough to part without bitterness. That quiet goodbye still lingers in me as a small, quiet warmth. On the table, an empty cup, a sip of coffee cooling down. You were staring out the window, and I was choosing my words. I didn't know then that silence was already our goodbye. A song playing from the speaker, we both felt it without saying a word. When you finally looked up, your eyes said everything, and I swallowed even my last voice. We didn't say goodbye, the song said it for us. A single lyric, a line of melody, that was our conversation. A song lasting longer than words wrapped around that moment. You stood up first, and I stared at the coffee left in my cup. The door opened, a breeze came in, and the music hadn't ended yet. From the speaker in the corner of the cafe, all the days you and I left behind echoed quietly. I never knew who wrote that song, but surely they too once couldn't say goodbye. We didn't say goodbye. The music knew our farewell before we did. For just the length of one song, we sat facing each other, and that moment felt longer than forever. A song that came before words and stayed longer than we did. It played quietly, and in that moment our goodbye became a song that filled your empty seat. Even now that song becomes your face and softly plays in the corner of the cafe.
Lately you've been acting strange, the way you talk, the way you look at me. It feels like you're somewhere else with someone else, not with me. I tried to ignore the thought, but it lingers. You smiled and said, I've just been busy, really. Of all things, I chose to believe that lie, but doubts kept growing inside me, and in the end they all turned out to be true. Oh, why did it have to be? Why her of all people? She was my closest friend, my dearest one. Why her of all people? The one who knows me best. to be. Why her of all people? She was my closest friend, my dearest one. Why her of all people? The one who knows me better than anyone in this world. Even if you reach for me, even if she cries, this is a story that can't be undone. I know now there's no turning back. I know now we are far beyond return. Why her of all people? She was my closest friend, my dearest one. Why her of all people? The one who knows me better than anyone in this world. My only on this rainy night. Why does everything blur? Everything fades, washed away like falling raindrops. I want to erase it all, scratch it all away, but still why her? Why her? Why? Since that day, I've been wandering, roaming the streets with nowhere to go. Under the neon glow of a chaotic night, my reflection in the glass feels like a stranger. Drunken words spilled out, reckless actions, blurting out meaningless things without control. Trying to escape a past that won't disappear. I wish to vanish like a wisp of smoke. Since then, I've been lost, tripping over memories, drowning in regrets. Since then, my days have been chaos, trapped in a world I cannot escape. On rainy nights, I sat in the dark, watching raindrops trace lines on the window. Closing my eyes, I whisper to myself, are you crying too? Is the world truly this sad? I shut everyone out, pushed people away, but the fault wasn't in the world, it wasn't me. Mama and Papa had done nothing wrong, no one around me was to blame, yet I was nothing. Locking myself in a prison of my own making. Yes, since then I've been lost, tripping over memories, drowning in regrets. My life became nothing but confusion, sinking into a pit I couldn't climb out of. But maybe, just maybe, it's finally time to stop. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to put an end to this childish rebellion. I know, yet somehow the tears keep falling. Since then, I've wandered, I've stumbled, I've fallen. Since then, my days against the bus window, I watch the slow-moving scenery outside. People walking in their own rhythms, each chasing their own destinations. A child sits beside her grandmother, pointing outside. Look, a bird is flying. Even in that tiny hand's gesture, the world feels new. Is that how we grow, little by little? The streets flow past, faces come and go. The bus moves from station to station, and I sit here, gazing out, thinking of the days behind and the days ahead. Leaning against the bus window, we are all traveling the same road, yet each with a different story, a different journey, heading somewhere beyond that window. Leaning against the bus window, I pass through yesterday, through today, moving toward tomorrow. My heart shifts like the changing sky, yet deep inside some things remain unshaken. A sleeping child rests in a mother's arms. A tired woman clutches bags full of groceries. A young man holding his resume, lost in thought. A girl with braided hair hums along to her music. Where are they all going? Once the bus stops, we will all scatter into our own paths. I glance at my reflection in the window and chuckle softly. After all, I am just one of them. The streets flow past, faces come and go. The bus moves from station to station, and I sit here gazing out, thinking of the days behind and the days ahead. Leaning against the bus window, we are all traveling the same road, yet each with a different story, a different journey, heading somewhere beyond that window. Lean against the bus window, I pause through yesterday, through today, moving toward tomorrow. My heart shifts like the changing sky, yet deep inside some things remain unshaken. The bus stops, then moves again. We are all heading somewhere, yet in this small space, in this fleeting moment, we all share the same journey. Leaning against the bus window, one by one, people leave, others take their place. Like time itself, like all of us, slowly flowing forward, never stopping. Leaning against the bus window, I pass through yesterday, through today, moving toward tomorrow. My heart shifts like the changing sky, yet somehow I too am becoming part of it. The city lights flicker on, the bus slows, and I step off at an unfamiliar stop. But where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I am grateful for today's morning, for the warm sunlight knocking on my window. Familiar streets, familiar faces, exchanging greetings. That's how my day began, just like that. I am thankful for being able to walk today, for feeling the changing season in the passing breeze, for placing a cup of coffee down and taking a slow breath. Because in the end I made it through another day. Sometimes everything feels overwhelming. Sometimes it seems like nothing ever changes. But when I quietly look back on the day, I realize these small moments still remain with me. Today I could love, and for that I am happy. A simple smile, a warm word, all of it filled my day so completely. Today I could keep moving forward, precious memories made today. A song playing by chance, wrapping around my heart so gently. Leaning against the window, watching the sunset. It softly colors the past and promises a new tomorrow. I am thankful before I fall asleep. Even if today was hard, I endured. Small comforts, moments that held me up are now embracing me in this quiet night. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but today I have lived, and that is enough. Closing my eyes, I whisper, today you did well, you truly lived well. Yes, today I could love, and for that I am happy. A simple smile, a warm word, all of it filled my day so completely. Yes, today I could keep moving forward, and for that I am grateful. Even within endless worries, I am still growing little by little. Now it is time to close my eyes. Today I was truly happy.
At the street corner, blowing on my hands. People passing by, raising their coat collars. The air is still cold, but somewhere the sound of tiny sprouts stirring can be heard. As sunlight touches my skin, I close my eyes, recalling the seasons that have passed, the winter behind me. Even in the cold days, beneath the frozen ground, spring was always waiting right beside us. An afternoon, the wind passes by. Some leave, some return. The wind stirs the hearts that seemed forgotten, gently waking them once again. From afar, the laughter of children echoes. Chatter spreads through the narrow alleys after school. The greetings of the season are still clumsy, but step by step, spring draws closer. Before I know it, I'm sitting on a bench, a sip of coffee warm, melting into me. The passing breeze whispers softly to my ears. Waiting is just another beginning. An afternoon, the wind passes by. Some leave, some return. The wind stirs the hearts that seemed forgotten, gently waking them once again. A distant tune
bloom once more within my heart. An afternoon, the wind passes by. Some leave, some return. Like the wind, we drift away with time. Yet spring, like the wind, always finds its way back. And I quietly close my eyes, feeling the wind that brings spring, and awaiting the new days ahead.
Back then, I was bigger than the world. The sky, the wind, and freedom all belonged to me. I ran barefoot through dirt roads and splashed through puddles without a care. My mother's embrace was the warmest place. My father's hands the strongest shelter. A lullaby under the moonlight, the most beautiful aurora of sound. Back then, everything moved so slowly, but now it all feels like a fleeting moment. When I hear children laughing in the distance, I find myself longing to return. When I was a child, the world shimmered with wonder. There was no need for tomorrow, because I believed that moment would last forever. When I was a child, everything felt bigger and brighter. But as time moved forward, the world grew larger and I felt smaller. The grown-ups always told me, you'll understand when you grow up. But I kept wondering, what does it feel like to be an adult? Even with scraped knees, I ran again, wishing upon stars late at night. Dreaming without fear or hesitation, where did that version of me go? If my younger self could ask me now, do you still dream? I would smile and answer sometimes, but always deep inside. When I was a child, the world was filled with magic at every step. Even with closed eyes, I still see it. A little part of me still running free inside. When I was a child, I believed I could be anything. Though life has changed, that child within still whispers my name. Is there still a part of me in that time? Or is that time still inside of me? Is there still a part of me in that time? Or is that time still inside of me? The first time I stepped into that little bookstore, the scent of fresh paper filled the quiet air. You stood there carefully arranging books, and in that
You looked at me just for a second, just long enough. I forgot to breathe, I forgot to blink, as if I could capture that moment forever. You gave me words from a world I'd never known, softly brushing the cover with your fingertips. That voice, that touch, everything about you etched itself deeply into my heart. Like a bookmark, I kept you between my pages, waiting for the day I'd finally open to you. But you were always standing in the same place, watching me pass by like a fleeting season. I loved alone, I longed alone, I waited alone, and I let go alone. If I close this book, will you disappear too? Or will you still be there, arranging books as always? A rainy day, I ran into the bookstore without an umbrella, drops clinging to my hair, shoulders damp and cold. You handed me a cup of warm tea, and somehow my heart soaked it all in. In a quiet corner, lost in a book you chose for me, but I wasn't reading, I never really was. Instead I stole glances, tracing your silhouette, as if the lines of your face were written in the margins. In books, love always finds a way, so why couldn't I turn the final page? Your silent smile, your unread words, I had no choice but to leave them between the lines. Like a bookmark, I kept you between my pages, but now I'll leave this story untouched. One day if I walk by this place again, will you still be there, arranging books as always? I loved alone, I longed alone, I waited alone, and I let go alone. But false love will remain pressed between the pages, forever unread. Goodbye my first light, goodbye my silent farewell. I close my door, distancing myself from the world. Mom's nagging, dad's endless interference, even my friends' laughter, I didn't want to hear any of it. I just wanted to escape into my own quiet world. Plugging in my earphones, I turned on my favorite song. Korean pop filled the space around me, wrapping me in sound. The lyrics somehow they felt like they were about me. Maybe I wasn't the only one feeling this way. Why do I feel so suffocated? Why do I feel so alone? Everyone seems to be living the same way, but I keep wanting to rebel. If no one understands my heart, then maybe it's better to stay in my own world. I close my door because the world is just too loud. Inside my room I built my own universe. It's okay if no one understands me, because here I can finally find myself. The reflection in the mirror feels unfamiliar. Your yesterday's me and today's me, they don't look the same. No one ever told me how much I would change. I'm facing it all alone. My friends laugh and fit right in, effortlessly blending into the crowd. But maybe, just maybe, I feel safer being alone. Or am I just scared
Why do I feel so suffocated? Why do I feel so alone? Everyone seems to be living the same way, but I keep wanting to rebel. If no one understands my heart, then maybe it's better to stay in my own world. I close my door because the world is just too loud. Inside my room I built my own universe. It's okay if no one understands me, because here I can finally find myself. Sometimes I open the door just a little. The outside world is still the same, but inside I am changing. Someday I'll step out of this room, but for now, not yet, not now. I close my door because the world is just too loud. Inside my room I built my own universe. It's okay if no one understands me, because here I can finally find myself. I close my door and yet inside my room I built my own universe. Maybe in this space I am finally opening another door within myself. Now I think I finally understand why children laugh and run so free, because they know nothing yet. Or maybe it's easier not to see why adults wear masks and hide their hearts, because the truth is too sharp and words can cut too deep. Through the window I stare outside and wonder why these pages feel so empty. Just because I learned doesn't mean I truly know. No one ever taught me what really matters in this world. Everything feels so predictable, same old story, same empty smiles. So then where do I really belong? Could this place ever feel like my world? Like a bloom in early spring, I tremble as the wind passes by. Before I could even take root, I was already swaying, unsure of where to stand. The world moves on as if nothing has changed, but I still don't know where I'm meant to go. Like a bloom in early spring, I was already lost in the wind. Teachers tell us what's right and wrong, but is it really the truth? Adults teach us how to live, but I don't want to follow their steps. Everyone walks the same path, repeating the same words, the same answers. But how can I be sure that this is the only way to go? Everything has already been decided. The path we walk, the roles we play. But where am I supposed to go? Should I just stop here and fade away? Like a bloom in early spring, I tremble as the wind passes by. Before I could even take root, I was already swaying, unsure of where to stand. The world moves on as if nothing has changed, but I still don't know where I'm meant to go. Like a bloom in early spring, I was already lost in the wind. Somewhere in the distance like I always do, but something feels different now. Sunlight fills the classroom in a way it never used to. Spring is waiting beyond the window, laughter echoes from the schoolyard, yet I find myself pausing, realizing soon I'll have to leave this place behind. The hallways I walked every day, will I ever walk them again? Even the air I once knew so well is getting ready to turn into a memory. The last semester, familiar things slowly start to fade away. The moments we laughed and talked together are slipping like whispers into the air. The last semester, everything feels more precious than it ever did before. I pretend it doesn't matter, but honestly, I know I'll miss it. Leaning by the window, feeling the breeze brushing against my skin before it drifts away. The schoolyard is still full of voices, yet somehow I always felt a little alone. A scribble left on my old desk, carelessly drawn in a fleeting moment. Someday it will fade away, just like these days we've spent together. Waving goodbye with a smile, soon we'll all be walking different paths. But maybe under the same sky, we'll find our way back to each other again. The last semester, familiar things slowly start to fade away. The moments we laughed and talked together are slipping like whispers into the air. The last semester, everything feels more precious than it ever did before. I pretend it doesn't matter, but honestly, I know I'll miss it. I take a quiet look around the classroom. We were here, and we are here now. We lived through these days, and we are still living this moment. And that's enough. That's enough. But still, a little part of me still lingers. Just a little. There were times I wish this day would never come. The same old place, the same old faces, the same old friends. Walking the same paths, sharing the same moments. But now they say it's time to leave this place behind. Traces of snow still linger in the corners of the yard. Yet the breeze of spring slips through the classroom window. And as I watch my friends laughing and chatting, they seem even brighter, even more beautiful today. When the final bell rings, they say we step into a new world, but I still feel the same. What will that world feel like? Will everything really look different? It's graduation, they say I'm an adult now, but honestly it doesn't feel real at all. Feels like we'll still be here tomorrow, chatting away, laughing, singing just like we always have. It's graduation, we all have our own past now, but strangely I don't feel sad. Maybe someday we'll meet again and greet each other with a casual hey, how have you been? taking off my uniform, stepping into adulthood. But is it really such a big deal? We can still joke around, still be the same. Can't we just live like this forever? The teacher speaks with a serious face. This is where your real life begins. But honestly, I can't feel it yet. Can we really grow up just like that? Someday I'll look back and understand how bright and fleeting this moment was. To hold on to today, to remember this now. Maybe sometimes we need to pause and reminisce. It's graduation, they say I'm an adult now, but honestly it doesn't feel real at all. Feels like we'll still be here tomorrow, playing around, laughing, singing just like we always have. It's graduation, we all have our own paths now, but strangely I don't feel sad. Maybe someday we'll meet again and playfully tease each other. Hey, you lost weight, huh? Goodbye my old place, goodbye my bright days. I have to go now, they say there's a new world waiting. But why do I feel like we'll all be here again tomorrow? Maybe we will. I thought the world would look different. I thought everything would make sense once I grew up. But standing here on the streets, I don't know where to go. People are passing by, lost in their own destinations. Some head to work, some go to school. Some chase their dreams while others are bound by reality. Where do I stand in all of this? What lies at the end of this road? So many roads are tangled together, but no one tells you which one to take. Making choices on my own, why does it feel so overwhelming? 19, facing the world for the first time. Standing in a city where order and chaos collide. Is everyone really doing okay? Sometimes I'm scared, sometimes I'm excited, but I keep taking one step at a time. Leaning against the subway window, I watch the city. Between towering buildings, a child plays in a small park. Maybe the world is actually that simple. So maybe I should stop overthinking. At a convenience store, eating instant noodles, the 20-year-olds are laughing without a care. Hey, don't take life so seriously. They say it so easily, but honestly, I still don't know how. Not every road may be the right one, but maybe none of them are truly wrong. If I don't walk them, I'll never know. So maybe I just have to start walking. Maybe there's no such thing as a perfect path. Maybe I'm just meant to make my own. If no one is here to tell me the answers,
told me where to go. I'm moving forward at 19, trying to find my way. I first met you on a rainy street. Raindrops falling too fast for me to escape. As I searched for shelter lost in the crowd, you wordlessly held out your umbrella. And in that moment our hands brushed, a fleeting warmth that froze my heart. I still remember that touch, the very beginning of our love. By the cafe window where the sunset glowed, was it our second meeting? Or maybe the third? You dipped your fingertip in your coffee, tracing my initials softly on the table. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower. Ours blossomed in the most radiant way. That street, that alley, that little cafe, all of them will remember our love. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower, turning page by page into precious memories. Every moment I spent with you, they were the most beautiful days of my life. One evening we walked by the river. The breeze swayed gently, and so did we. Without a word, you took my hand, and I knew I never wanted to let go. Under the crimson sky, your voice deep and growing sincere. Remember this moment forever, you whispered, and my heart raced. Even as time moves forward, the warmth, the whispers, they remain untouched. The glow of that day, the thrill of that love, still blooming inside my heart. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower. Ours blossomed in the most radiant way. That street, that alley, that little cafe, all of them will remember our love. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower, turning page by page into precious memories. Every moment I spent with you, they were the most beautiful days of my life. Every moment I spent with you, they were the most beautiful days of my life. The brightest season of all. I stood there without an umbrella, drenched, completely soaked in the rain. Under a blocked, endless sky, two people stood, facing each other in silence. What should I say? Where should I go? Doing nothing but wordshin, the raindrops fall, dissolving into the water, pooling beneath our feet. You hesitated, reaching out your hand. I already knew deep down, but I couldn't take it lightly. No, maybe I wanted to take your hand, pretending to forgive you. But instead, I said nothing, I did nothing, standing still like a statue, letting the rain drench every part of me. When you tried to speak, I placed my hand over your lips. Enough, enough, calming my trembling heart. I leaned against your chest for a moment, then I pulled away, slowly, slowly. I were over. I lost my way. You remained, I walked away. That day the rain poured, and everything ended. That day, everything shattered into nothing. What were you going to say? What were you struggling to say back then? Did I already know? Enough. I turned away as if I knew everything, but what was I really feeling? The only thing I remember is the loud sound of your heartbeat echoing in the storm. That day I wandered through the pouring rain, and for a long time after I burned with fever. That day the rain fell, the world collapsed, you and I were over. I lost my way, you remained, I walked away. That day the rain poured, and everything ended. That day, everything shattered into nothing. On days like this, when the rain pours and the wind howls, I remember that day. On nights like this, when the streets are empty and a sad song plays, I think of you. What were you going to say? Time heals everything. Love, fever, heartbreak, pain. But still, what were you struggling to say that day? The scent of warm bread welcomes me. Soft flour dust dancing in the golden light. A small bakery on a quiet street where hands knead dreams into dough. Not a grand career, not a high-rise office, but here among the lows and laughter. I find something steady, something real, something that feels like home. Needing shaping, waiting, watching the rise, feeling the warmth. Every loaf a quiet promise, every morning a brand new start. Strangers come, smiles exchanged, the simple joy of giving, of sharing. A child's delight in a fresh baked roll, an old man's comfort in a familiar taste. Not a hurried life, not restless ambition, but here in the rhythm of rising dough. I feel at peace, I feel alive, a slow dream taking shape. Needy shaping, waiting, watching the rise, feeling the warmth. Every loaf a quiet promise, every morning a brand new start. Maybe someday on a hilltop road, a bakery of my own, with a door always open, the scent of fresh bread filling the air, and a life built on simple joys. The scent of warm bread welcomes me. Soft flour dust dancing in the golden light. Maybe, just maybe, Before I knew it, I became skilled at baking. Every morning the warm scent fills the air. People come from afar just to taste my bread, pouring warmth into the dough, waiting patiently as it slowly rises. I realize that baking bread is truly an act of sharing the heart. Flour comes to life in my hands. A touch of care adds warmth as the scent of baking fills the air. I know that this moment makes me happiest. One day, a stranger walked in, not striking, but with quiet sincerity. Every day, at the same time, in the same place, he waited for his warm coffee and freshly baked bread. Just another customer, but his gentle words, his quiet kindness left a small warmth in my heart. Like bread, my feelings slowly began to rise. At the same time, in the same place, a heart was shared through the warmth of bread. Without I found myself waiting for him. Perhaps this small space was bringing us together. That day as the church bells rang at sunset, he softly reached for my hand. Will you walk this life with me? And in that moment, my heart answered silently, like bread. My heart slowly rose, a warm touch gently seeped into me. Perhaps, just perhaps, this man is my fate. Yes, I like this. Shall we open a bakery on a hill full of sunflowers? Yes, I like this. Shall we share freshly baked bread together? A gentle breath, tiny hands, a gift of love nestled in my arms. The sound of my childhood's laughter sways with the wind, embracing me completely, like a murmuring melody, like a soft spring breeze. Cries fill the room without rest. Sometimes I frown in exhaustion, but one look into those eyes and all my weariness melts away. I see a new world. Morning sunlight spills across the floor. Gentle footsteps wake me from my sleep. Love woven into lullabies and whispers. He sings for me and our child, sending him off in the morning, welcoming him home in the evening, feeding, holding, laughing together. Time flows softly and peacefully. Pictures of my child make me smile. A small voice calling out, and even through tears the crying suddenly stops. My heart fills with warmth. Morning sunlight spills across the floor. Soft words gently lift me up. Love woven into lullabies and whispers. He whistles a tune for me and our child. Spring arrives, the world awakens. Flowers dance in the breeze. With each blooming petal, my love grows layer by layer. How beautiful this world is. Each day unfolds like a quiet song, every note etched in love and time. As the seasons pass and our child grows, I feel my heart expanding with it. Yes, I love this. Yes, the whispers of spring fill the air. Yes, love is quietly growing here. Yes, I love this so much. I do. The house is quiet, laughter fades away. Even when familiar footsteps echo, I no longer listen eagerly. We have grown distant. My child now has a world of her own. Her laughter belongs to friends, not home. Even my love spends more time away, buried in work, chasing endless ambitions. I stand here somewhere in between, not truly alone, yet feeling invisible. On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a small bakery bustling with tiny hands in the morning. The warmth of fresh bread, the scent of hope, a place where my dreams could come true. I have no one to talk to. I speak to the unyielding walls, but words are swallowed into silence, disappearing into emptiness. Kneading flour with my hands, shaping my thoughts with my fingers, hoping the warmth will reach the corners of my heart. This house still holds memories, yet they slowly lose their meaning, lost somewhere between yesterday and tomorrow. If I could paint a new beginning, who would I become? On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a small bakery glows golden at dusk. The warmth of fresh bread, the scent of hope, a place where my dreams could come true. Dreams scatter like flour in the air, landing softly on my hands before fading away. If I take a step forward, if I let go for a moment, could I turn these dreams into reality? On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a cozy yet fulfilling bakery bathed in golden light. The warmth of fresh bread, the scent of hope, a place
watching the wind return with traces of my simple dreams. I hastily wipe the moisture from my hands. Wiping the moisture from my hands. Drifting through days without direction, lost between the walls of this home and the edge of my bed, watching the world inside me grow distant. Then one day I finally spoke my heart. I expected silence and indifference, but instead warm laughter me, and their words carried a gentle warmth. Mom, it suits you perfectly, she said. With bright expectant eyes, she wrapped her arms around me. You always dreamed of this, he said so naturally, and in their voices I found my way through long of kneading and dreaming. The scent of flowers soaked into my hands. The emptiness no longer lingers. Now I know where I belong. Like dough rising with warmth, hope settles deep within my heart. No longer just a dream, but about to create. Mom, it suits you perfectly, she said. With bright expectant eyes, she wrapped her arms around me. You always dreamed of this, he said so naturally, and in their voices I found my dream. From a path that once led me far away, I return. No more hesitation, no more wandering. The doubts that once chained me to fear have faded. Now I hear the sound of a dream coming closer, a small yet precious dream. On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a little bakery welcomes the world with open doors. Warm bread, warm hearts, a place where my dreams finally belong. Far away, then close again, I pray beneath the golden sunflower lit sky. Once uncertain, now unwavering, thank you. I have finally come home. Hush, I'm busy now.
I am the warm-hearted owner of this bakery. On breezy days, the air is filled with the scent of flowers. Every morning, I start the day with my favorite song, as ears sweet melody melts into the aroma of fresh bread. Sit here, you on this side, and our little princess over there. Oh look, friends are gathering, their faces bright with joy. Kneading the dough, waiting, watching it rise. Each loaf holds my touch and the warmth of my heart. Every piece of bread carries a small story, and this bakery is reborn anew every day. Come on in, come to our coffee. Today my daughter's friends are coming over. Tomorrow my husband's colleagues will gather and chat. This small space, once a place where I close myself off, has now become the source of my deepest happiness. Along to Zier's songs, the warm oven greets me like an old friend. Even as time flows, some things never change, like the peaceful melody that fills this space. Come on in, come to our bakery. Whenever you feel lonely or way down, just come by. Breathe in the scent of freshly baked bread and take a moment to rest with a warm cup of coffee. As evening falls, the sunflowers glow in the sunset. I close the oven and sit by the window to unwind. This isn't just a small bakery, it's a vast and beautiful world where my heart belongs. Come on in, come to our bakery. This place is always open, welcoming everyone. Breathe in the scent of freshly baked bread and share a warm piece as you take a moment to rest under the night sky by the window where sunflowers bloom. I whisper softly to myself, this is the life I dreamed. Come on in. The city took so much from me. Days disappeared. Nights were trapped in blank neon lights. There were windows but no sky. And I forgot the wind that once called me. Time taught me how to surrender, how to bow my head, how to pretend to smile, how to hide myself in words saying this is how life should be. I slowly faded away. I'm heading to the sea now, with this body full of scars. Without a word, without any luggage, into that vast and blue embrace, to confess myself, to strip myself bare. Will the song I forgot rise again in the sound of waves? Will the horizon still remember my name, even if I follow no one anymore? I go to the sea first to stand as myself.
far too late. The sun was long gone, the trail unclear, but something within me pushed forward, an urgency without name, to go somewhere, anywhere, but not stay still. Darkness swallowed the path behind me, and fear walked beside me, until a silhouette appeared in the trees. A deserted lodge, crumbling in silence, its roof cracked, its door ajar, but shelter nonetheless. I spent the night in that empty lodge, breathing the cold with every thought. Beneath that roof of broken memories, I looked up, and the stars whispered, you are not lost, you are just passing through. The clouds hovered gently like old friends. The wind did not ask where I came from. The moon lit the dust upon my skin, and I wondered how long had I forgotten this kind of stillness. I asked no one but heard answers in the branches, in the chill, in the hush. This wasn't a night to forget, but to remember what silence teaches. I will remember that night, the ruinous lodge that held me without a word. The stars, the moon, the clouds, and the wind, they saw me. They became my path, and along that path, without fear, I will go. I just stepped off, that was all. A station barely marked on any map. A large winding pine tree stood silently at the end of the platform. It felt like something I'd once seen on a picture postcard, strange and familiar, you see. Someone like you seemed to be sitting in the waiting room chair, next to a signpost under yellow light, head bowed quietly, not waiting for anyone, but somehow still waiting. I stayed at that station, though I had a path to follow, I couldn't leave. Maybe because of that moment, as the sunset bled across the sky, I thought I saw you. The pine tree said nothing, and the train prepared to leave again. But I stood there hesitating beneath the name of a nameless place, as if peeking briefly to someone's heart. Were you really there that day? Or was it just something I I still haven't left, though the ticket is in my hand. The air of that station, the scenery, the bench, and that person like you, they all held my feet in place. The train is gone, only the sunset remains on the platform. And still I stand there hesitating at that station, wondering if it was love or simply loneliness.
On the train, the scenery outside rushed by, but my heart moved even slower. Vacant eyes, tightly closed lips, people holding something deep inside, like the heavy thoughts I had unpacked. Were they too running away like me from the noise, the promises, the endless race? No words in the quiet stillness, but in those eyes, stories left untold were quietly resting. I saw people like me on the train, those who had turned off the noise of the world, heading to places unknown, not knowing what they were searching for, moved only by the urge to leave. Perhaps like me, they were simply escaping. Tears seemed to well in someone's eyes. Someone else reflected their childhood face in the sky outside the window. And someone whispered softly, I just wanna live as myself now. Someone said, a feeling I thought I'd forgotten clings once again to this window. It wasn't a letter, but a long-held silence, finally turning into sound. I saw people like me on the train, inside their soundless resolutions, rebuilding the days that had once collapsed. Maybe we weren't going anywhere new, maybe we were all just trying to return. The train moved on, but I still remember those people inside, in their eyes I saw myself again, and the train quietly passed through the road inside me.
walking along a mountain stream, pacing my steps to the murmuring water. Under the shade of a cherry tree, the air was cool. A squirrel darted across a mossy rock. The wind stirred the leaves of a lacquer tree. The scent of azaleas and willows wrapped around me like a dream. Have I known this place before? No, it was my first time here, but every scene felt like a moment from a dream. And when a flying squirrel paused to look straight into my eyes, that fleeting glance was where the encounter began. You were there beside the flowing stream, as if we had known each other forever. No words were spoken, but your gaze said everything. Like a touch of sunlight, you melted into the moment. We didn't know each other's names, know where we had come from, but we looked at the same landscape, remembered the same scent, shared the same silence. In that brief moment, I offered my day to a stranger. You said nothing but handed me a stone. The pattern etched on the pebble still whispers the sound of the stream from the pocket of my coat. You were there like a breeze passing by, but deep within my memory you remain as a single frame. It wasn't love, but deeper than any love I've known. I keep walking, following the scent of that day. The encounter has passed, but it has become a part of me. You were there above the sound of the stream.
At the crossroads of many paths, I came to a halt. No road called out to me, no road blocked my way, and that made it all the more confusing. Perhaps the choice had been made long ago. Crossing valleys, climbing rocks, my feet sinking in the mud. Struggling through for a while, I ask again and again, is this the right path? No. Am I the right one to walk it? The wind blows, the summit is still far. My breath is short, and I grow smaller. But within that wind, something whispers, you're on the right path now. Now. The leaves trembled, the wind sometimes pushed me, and sometimes embraced me. I said nothing in return, I simply kept climbing, believing that this windblown path would someday become my story.
the summit, I did not shout. I simply sat down and entrusted all my questions to the wind. The wind passed by, brushing the dust off my soul, blowing away the heavy yesterday. I grew a little lighter and a little stronger at the summit. I quietly prepared to descend. In the end, the wind carried me, and in that wind I smiled quietly. The summit had not been waiting for me. It was I who had been waiting for myself all this time.
As the sun hung low on the mountain ridge, the river shimmered in golden light. I walked slowly along the riverside, saying nothing at all. Only my shadow walked beside me. A fluttering blade of grass held between my lips. I crouched down and listened to the water in that sound. Her laughter overlapped a voice I could never forget, echoing from somewhere. That riverside we used to walk together long ago. Now I walk alone, but her footsteps still echo somewhere deep in my heart. Rushing past like the wind, the river flows on and I stand still, a single blade of grass in my hand, as if that were everything. A humble afternoon, a quiet thought though. She is gone, I am still on that path. The name of someone lingering on my tongue, swallowed in silence, even without speaking. Memory flows like that day's river. She may be gone, but the afternoon we shared remains in the breeze, reflected in the water, gently touching who I am now. I walk that time again once more, before the darkness settles in. I take another step, leaving behind her name, setting down the blade of grass, the river
are stars. There is the sound of water. I am alone, though I feel all of it. I remain still alone.
It's a cliche, I know. Pitching a tent, pouring a glass of soju, gazing at the sky. One of those nights, but this silence, it holds me without a word.
The moon lives inside me, the stars live inside me, the sound of water too. I seem to be with them, but truly I'm within them, alone yet not lonely at all. You would have said it with a smile in your eyes. That moon, those stars, the water's song, all live inside you. Your voice rises now in a quiet chuckle under the moonlight. That lump in my throat blows away with the wind, and I take another sip. The moonlight lingers in the glass, then slowly slips away. It's okay to be alone, because all of this is here with me. Each star whispers a story. That night it was me. When the sound of water falls asleep and the moon hides beyond the ridge, inside this tent I cradle another universe, draining the last drop of soju without calling your name, because this night is simply beautiful.
An old tree standing tall casts its shade with open arms. A bench to one side, a worn out wooden table. A single can of beer resting on it, escaping the scorching sun. I sit there catching my breath. No one speaks to me, and I don't bother to arrange my thoughts. I just listen to the drifting sounds. Riding the breeze, a bicycle passing by, a child's laughter, and something stirring within me. This place where I've come to pause, a place where time flows just a bit slower. No drink to crave, no task to do, no worry to bear. Just for now, I forget them all under the shade of the Zelkova tree. I simply exist.
It's not familiar, but the warmth and smell feel known. The texture of bark, a distant melody riding the air. All of it seems to be watching over me. Where did I come from and why did I end up here? I start to wonder, then stop, take a sip of beer instead. Its bitterness strangely feels warm, even if this moment goes unrecorded. Even if I tell no one, this breeze, this tree, this pause in my life, they will remain somewhere because I felt them. As the sunlight tilts a little more and the shadows stretch further, I'll eventually stand and leave, but for now I just sit with a can of beer.
A strange city, an alley I'm walking for the first time. Walls that feel familiar yet cold, covered with the layers of old posters. Through those gaps, someone's back passes by. I stopped without thinking. It felt like that person might turn around. Long hair flowing over the shoulders, a slow stride and an unerasable silhouette. In that alley, I remembered someone. Was it a missed connection from the past, or someone I haven't met yet? Either way, that back lingers long in my mind. Maybe we were both just travelers in the stranger's eyes. There was a hint of a recognition. No words were spoken, but this alley would remember him. If I had called out, would he have stopped? If I had smiled, would he have turned around? If that had been me, would he have recognized me? At the mouth of a strange alley, I looked back at myself, following that person's back. My heart stretched out like a shadow. Every moment of that time is still walking within me. He never turned around, and I, silencing my hesitation, walk my own path. Though the wind blew harshly, I didn't look back either. benches in the park, slowly turning their time under the sunlight. I simply pass by without a word, without a face. The wind pushed gently from behind, and I let it carry my pace, without thoughts or maybe too many. Lowering the gear, I watch the landscape drift away. Where am I riding now? No destination, no one waiting, just me, following the wind, following myself. A flower petal brushed past my front wheel, a child's laughter lingered in the air. I paused to wipe the sweat, taking in this afternoon of the street into myself. Perhaps I'm not riding, perhaps it's the wind taking me somewhere. The thought quietly stayed with me today, not as anyone else, but simply as me. I rode through this road a little lonely, a little adrift, but just fine for an afternoon. As I crested the final hill, I whispered to myself, maybe I should just keep going to the edge of the city. And then I pedaled once more.
No matter how much I deny it, reality is still reality. It ties my body, binds my thoughts, even restrains the act of denial itself. So many directions, north, south, east, west, but no true destination. I spit into the air just like that, a little rebellion against everything, a fleeting gesture as if to say, then let my path be drawn where that lands. Dreams begin from foolishness. Should I go to the sea, to the mountain top, or to a distant island? Should I walk the streets of a foreign land and fall in love with someone I've never known? Wherever it is, just not here, just not this version of myself. In that dream, a girl from another world held my hand. She smiled quietly and said, "This is the road, you've been walking it all along." didn't know where to go, so I wandered. I pretended I had somewhere to be, and maybe that was enough to keep walking. Now I think perhaps the road was never a place, but rather a direction within my mind, and that direction keeps changing with the wind. And so I walk again, still not knowing where to go, but I walk because this wandering, this foolish heart is all I have left to believe in.
I didn't know where to go, so I just walked past the corner stores, past sleepy traffic lights, to the edge of the sidewalk. I kept walking until houses disappeared and fields opened wide, until the air grew spacious and still. The grass whispered in unfamiliar tones, and the nameless wildflowers nodded as if they knew everything. The birds spoke in riddles, not loudly, but with a kind of meaning. Even the wind seemed to carry words I almost understood. So I kept walking with no map, no plan, only a quiet feeling that if I went just a bit further, something might make sense. Beneath the swaying bridge by a slow muddy river, I sat, a boy was tossing stones, an old woman passed with a cane, and then I realized the road had never been lost. I had simply not learned to breathe with Had I not walked, I would never have heard the sky speak. Had I not been lost, I would never have noticed what it means to simply be. Now I walk, not to run, but to become. With every step, my breath grows deeper, my gaze clearer. wasn't a song, but quieter than silence, a voice from deep within me. There are times I wanna drift far away from city lights, from people's kindness. I stepped aside from all of it, listening to that one string. It didn't feel lonely, it felt exactly like coming back to myself. One guitar string was enough when no words could be said. That single note lightened my heart. This night, this glow, this quiet resonance, that was everything, and it was enough. As the fire dwindled, I set the guitar down. The string stopped, but inside me it kept ringing. There were no words, but somehow I understood a little more why I had left. There was noise in all the roads I walked, but the guitar string beside the fire asked nothing of me. It simply stayed. So I remember the firelight, the silence, the trembling of a single string that night. It saved my heart. The fire has gone out, but its warmth still reaches me. To some, this might be no song at all, but to me, it was everything that night held. A guitar string, it was the ember in my heart, still gently resonating. She said nothing, only traced the air lightly with her fingertips. Instead of words, I sent a gaze, and she nodded in return. The gypsy asked no questions, not my name, not my past. She only seemed to wonder if the me sitting here tonight was real or not. Then she silently handed me a guitar. I held that guitar close to my chest and gently pressed just one note. That note trembled quietly like my soul, unbroken. And then she smiled for the first time. passed between us was not speech, but sheer presence. Everyone wanders, but not everyone is a gypsy. Wandering is the surface, a gypsy lives within. She made me confront the stranger inside myself. Wordlessly I held her hand, pressed one more note and it recognized me. Like an old friend, she let go of my hand without a word, and that was enough. The night passed without a name. I stopped asking the gypsy soul. Asked me nothing, and yet we were true to each other. That was the only moment every journey ever seeks to reach.
I had been walking without meaning, without purpose, and somehow I arrived at this strange valley. The sunlight was soft, the air clean. Each stone, each leaf held their places in silence. Then a bird far away uttered a short sound. It wasn't a song, it felt more like speech. Another bird responded, a continuing thread, gentle and vivid, like someone's old memory. Their voices came flying toward me. At first, I couldn't understand, but strangely, they felt familiar. You were always on the road. Wherever you paused, the world quietly breathed. Even the moments you turned away, the world still remembered you. I stopped walking near the center of the valley. A blade of grass was swaying. I heard what that leaf said. You being here now, that is everything. Before those words, I could say nothing. I stayed there for a long while. A soft wing beat from somewhere, a murmur between leaves. I was hearing it all. I didn't think of the way back. It didn't matter to be here now. That was all. And for the first time, I could simply breathe. Now I know words are not sounds, but presence. Words are not comprehension, but resonance. So I left the valley with gratitude for every word. I didn't say I won't forget. I only hoped that wherever I may dwell, those words
memories kept fading. My fingers would hesitate, but the melody, it never left me. Being alone wasn't about loneliness, it was about learning how to endure. It wasn't lack of courage that kept me silent, but the feeling that no one could ever understand what this song held. So I never sang it. The quieter the world, the deeper it echoed inside. Even now, afraid someone might hear it, I keep it soft, whispering only within myself. And then one day I thought of someone who listened, not to my words but to the breath between them, to that person, or perhaps to you who's hearing this now. At last I offer this song carefully for the first time. This isn't a polished song, it doesn't seek applause. It's simply a record of being alive, a person's quiet truth. Yes, I can sing it now, though it was born in the solitude of night. Now that I sit across from you, I feel we can share this quiet together. The song I never shared with anyone, but now I send it to the wind, the stars, and you. A trembling line, a handful of hesitation, yet still it was all sincere. The day I left, everything was blurred. I wasn't even sure what I was searching for. Time passed, and under skies I didn't recognize, through alleys with names I couldn't recall, I slowly began to meet myself. The face reflected in the window no longer feels unfamiliar. Within the weariness, a quiet calm. The passing scenery whispers in silent tones. No need to say I'm okay or I'm still not ready. I am simply on my way back. The city will be the same, crowded, noisy, perhaps ready to consume me once more. But this time I'm different. The landscapes within me push me forward. Answers found in silence now guide my steps. Some stare out the window, others tap at their phones, some are dozing and some are lost in thought. They all felt like versions of me. The stillness inside this bus didn't feel like an end. It felt more like something beginning. I was gone for a while, but what I truly drifted wasn't my place, it was my gaze. Now I know to stay, to leave, they are both ways of living. Yes, I'm returning to the city, but I am not who I was. A single breath, a small realization. They've gathered to become the story I carry. So now on this bus, I quietly think, with a heart slightly steadier, with eyes a little softer. Even as the scenery shifts, I remain myself. What I've learned on the road is not how to return, but how to live again once I'm back. I thought I'd seen it all, that sorrow and joy had become familiar. But one morning, a single beam of sunlight made everything begin anew. There were whispers telling me to rest, to stop here and now. But I knew I still had nights left to tell my story. The journey isn't over yet, I'm still walking. I stood up where I had fallen and carved a new path where I had lost the old one. There's meaning in every step. The breath I take carries the wind's tail. The journey is still alive.
In the bag beside me lies a diary left unwritten, stories never fully shared, a photo I thought I had forgotten.
All of it speaks to me, it's not over yet. There are still a few more songs left to sing.
Oh, say it's over and life stops, but say it's not, and life begins to sing again. I'm still curious about tomorrow, and that alone keeps me journeying on. Oh, yes, the journey isn't over yet. Now I walk deeper To be alive is to be on a journey. So I keep walking today. Don't ask me why. I'm still living. The road has not ended, and I am still on that road.
We both knew it was time to go, even without saying a word. What was in your final look wasn't parting, but a promise to me again. Even as the seasons we shared quietly passed us by, the warmth of those days won't fade so easily. I believe you feel the same. Where might we meet next time? In what kind of place or moment? Even if the scenery has changed, I hope we'll still smile the same. This road we walked in silence will remain a shared memory, quietly waiting for the day it continues. Like sunlight resting under a tree, our time together was brief, but the words we shared in it will bloom slowly, even after we part. Our time, this moment isn't really the end. So where might we meet next time? I can't say for sure now, but if we still recognize each other, then that'll be enough. That's why I won't say goodbye today. I'll keep take care tucked away too, just wherever, whenever. Let's meet again with a smile.
One day, all of a sudden, a name I had long forgotten rose to the surface like ripples on water. I didn't call it out, yet the voice wrapped around me like the edge of a quiet shore. Into the dried up corner of my heart, a breeze gently seeped in. You stood at the fading edge of that day, like someone who could have been happy without me. Slowly you drifted away, and I asked nothing. Suddenly that song circled my lips, its lyrics half remembered, half lost. Even its setting felt like this riverside
Was it raining then? Did even the rain feel like your breath? The road I had come was one where everything left me behind. What remained were words unspoken, feelings never fully shared, and a song that stopped mid-verse. The words I love you always arrive too late, only when you could no longer hear them did they finally bloom, and I swallowed my sobs in silence. If that moment were to come again, could I finally sing the song I've kept within me only for you? But here in a today without you, what good is a song sung for you when you are no longer here? Suddenly, the person I was that day cries again through that old song. Was it raining then? Still I sing that day once more in tears. I left you, or maybe you left me. That no longer matters. What matters is every place and moment after that became yours. The bench you once smiled on, the alley we passed, even the bus that just drove by. In a crowd of strangers, someone called my name. It was your voice, but of course you weren't there. Still I turned around, you stood there as if you never left. That's how illusions find me, familiar and dangerously soft. You called my name that day with that one word. I became someone to you. That was the beginning, but now it must end. The you from that day is the one I must let go. I walked through streets without you and still heard your laughter. Your shadow slipped past a window you never touched. I stopped, pulled my phone from my pocket and silenced the alarm. It was the time you once set for me. Today my reflection smiled. I realized I could smile without thinking of you. It wasn't escape, it was acceptance. I had loved you, and now I let you go. That day you called my name, and I began to exist, not just as me,
front of me, and I was holding my coffee cup, searching for words. The light inside the cup trembled slightly, and under the table your knees moved quietly. It was me who chose not to speak. You didn't ask and I prepared no answer. The coffee barely touched our lips, then cooled just like us, saying nothing at all. Until the coffee cooled, we were together, but shared nothing, not a word, not a glance, not even the same silence. You looked out the window, and I pretended to look at you. You left a sip untouched. An unfinished cup says more than an empty one. That's how we began to quietly fall out of step. Even now, whenever I walk past that day, I still see the cafe lights turned on. Only the color of the bulbs has changed, but the air inside feels like it hasn't cooled. Was it me who stayed warm, or was it you? While the coffee cooled, we tried not to, but in the end we burned out harder. The clink of a spoon, the hush of a breath, they stayed there longer than words ever could. The cafe is gone now, the cup too, but I still carry that hour like warm porcelain in my chest. The coffee cooled, and so did we, each other.
It was just a step too short that afternoon. You slowly began to speak, and I closed my eyes. Sunlight touched my toes before it reached my face. That silent air from that day slipped through the cafe window this afternoon. Steam rose gently from the warm coffee, and on the table a receipt I had carelessly left from yesterday. Words we never said remained unwritten on its back. Sunlight never explains, it reveals everything, it says nothing. Like your eyes that day, they said it all without a single sound. After you left, I stay seated, unable to clean up anything. The curtain barely swayed by the window, and my coffee cooled slowly for a while. I watched your fading silhouette reflected on the surface of the cup, then quietly close my eyes again. choose silence, not when they fold their hearts, but when they try to open them. I remember the things you didn't say, more than the ones you did. That was not sunlight, it was shadow. To close my eyes was not to forget, but to bring back a scene from memory. Right now I am living that afternoon again. What sunlight couldn't say, I'm singing instead. Today at 2:30 in the afternoon, I closed my eyes in this same place. Sunlight walked quietly across the floor. You weren't here, but you were. There was no shadow. But just like that day, I was still closing my eyes toward you.
I step off the train onto a foreign street, walking along the riverside you once called beautiful. Sunlight dances over the rippling waves, and back then you said this river is dazzling. A narrow alley, red brick walls adorned with ivy. Back then you sat by the window sipping your coffee, saying how cozy this place felt. Even now I can still see your smile so vividly. Back then you listened to the sound of a distant guitar and whispered, the music of this street is like the wind. Back then you turned away with a bittersweet wave and glanced back over your shoulder more than once. A foreign street, a familiar heart, your words still linger in these alleyways. I keep walking as if we were walking together again. Back then you kept speaking, saying something, saying everything. Ah, where have the words you spilled gone? A silent lake, a small fish leaping through the air. Back then you said its shimmering scales look like stardust. I smiled and nodded at your words, but only now do I truly understand what you meant. A wooden bench along the roadside, a strangely familiar scene. Back then you said, let's sit here and rest for a while. Now I sit in that same spot, breathing deeply, trying to remember you. A foreign street, a familiar heart, your words still linger in these alleyways. I keep walking as if we were walking together again. Back then you kept speaking, saying something, saying everything. Ah, where have the words I once heard gone? A foreign street, a familiar heart, your words still linger in these alleyways. I walk just like I did back then, as if you were still beside me. Back then you kept speaking, saying something, saying everything. Oh, where have the words you spilled gone? The train departs, the street sounds fairly feet. Back then you kept speaking, saying something, saying everything. Oh, where have the words I once heard gone? Where have all the words you was going to leave early, really I was. But the moment I saw that sunset, my footsteps wouldn't move. I just couldn't walk away from this place. Under the sky burning in hues of gold, the quiet street softly glows. Sunlight ripples over the flowing river, and suddenly I find myself frozen in time. That bench, the one you loved, sitting here, it feels like you're still near. Your silhouette waiting for me back then. Somewhere in this fading light, I still see you. A day drenched in sunset at the edge of another day. I still think of you as if you're here. I was meant to leave, but I just couldn't. So I surrender myself to this sunset. Time slowly drifts by, street lights start flickering one by one. A gentle breeze whispers in my ear, tarry here just a little longer. I took one step forward, turned back and sat on that bench again. In this unfamiliar street, with a heart that knows it all, tonight I'll stay right here where we once were. A day drenched in sunset at the edge of another day. I still think of you as if you're here. I was meant to leave, but I just couldn't. So I surrender myself to this sunset. Perhaps I'll stay until the night takes over. Perhaps by morning everything will change. Maybe this street, maybe this heart will shift with the first light of dawn. A day drenched in sunset at the edge of another day. I still think of you as if you're here. I was meant to leave, but I just couldn't. So I surrender myself to this sunset. I take a deep breath, and tonight in this place I hold you once more.
A quiet room, moonlight slipping through the window, casting soft shadows on the walls. A half-empty glass of wine rests on the table, while a familiar melody hums from the radio. Memories of the day slowly dissolve, drifting within the gentle notes. In this silent hour, with no one around, I softly whisper to myself. A silent night, a flowing melody, notes that tremble deep within my heart. At the end of a weary day, for just this moment, I let go of everything and sink into the sound.
move slowly deep into the night, like pressing a piano key with delicate care. My emotions awaken one by one, faded memories and distant days seep into the rhythm, flowing endlessly. With my eyes closed, they grow clearer. Long forgotten dreams, emotions once buried. A silent night, a flowing melody, notes that tremble deep within my heart. At the end of a weary day, for just this moment I let go of everything and sink into the sound. Perhaps by morning this moment will fade, these fragments of the night, these fleeting emotions. But for now, just for now, the music holds me in its warm embrace. As the music flows through the night, I close my eyes and let myself drift away. Back then, it hurt more than I can now explain. Words collided, hands let go too soon, and we were far too tired to keep hating each other. Looking back, everything fell apart, but it was love, and it was the end. Time passed, and I began thinking less about why you left, and more about how I kept going. All the sharp words, your cold eyes now feel gentle, as if softened by the distance. I sing that song again, not with the pretty words, but with the trembling I still remember. I don't sing because it was beautiful, I sing because it happened. We weren't perfect, but now it all feels beautiful. In the photo, we were smiling, it was a lie. But now I can hold even that lie with a tender hand. We meant it once, and now on separate roads, welcoming different seasons. I accept that with quiet joy. Eventually becomes tenderness, hate and love fold into something radiant. If only from far away, and in that light I sing again, alone but not lonely. I sing that song again, even if you don't hear it, even if the memory blurs. The singing itself keeps me alive, a final line that lets me return to myself. Everything that passed now glows quietly inside me. Wounds became patterns, and the nameless song has found my voice now as myself. I sing it again.
Standing at the crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. People rush past, their footsteps merging into one. I lift my head for just a moment between towering buildings. Sunlight gently spills through that moment. A quiet smile crosses my lips. Perhaps today will feel a little lighter. In the midst of these breathless moments, the sky has always been there watching over me. The sky was always there, yet I never really saw it. Why am I only noticing it now? As I take a deep breath crossing the street, the sky embraces me, filling my lungs with its presence. A moment to look at the sky, letting go of the weight I've been carrying through the rush of life, through the dulling of feelings. It gives me space to breathe, just for a while. A moment to look at the sky, letting the clouds drift just as they are. Memories that have passed, struggles of today, and the unknown tomorrow. I let them all flow. Sitting by the window, placing my coffee down, closing my book, I gaze at the evening sky, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. If I take in this light, will I grow a little deeper? Then the wind softly brushes against my shoulders, and I wonder if it could carry away today's regrets. Everything changes, everything moves on, yet the sky, steady and unwavering, remains the same. When night falls, the stars begin to rise, and the sky shows me a different face. Perhaps one of those countless stars has always been watching over me. A moment to look at the sky, letting go of the weight I've been carrying through the rush of life, through the dulling of feelings. It gives me space to breathe, just for a while. A moment to look at the sky, letting the clouds drift just as they are. Memories that have passed, struggles of today, and the unknown tomorrow. I let them all flow. I let them all flow. The past, the present, and the unknown tomorrow. And quietly I start walking again.
gaze at my reflection in the window. A familiar face that suddenly feels distant. Time moves forward, they always say. Yet I stand here, frozen in the past. Footsteps echo through familiar streets. People passing by, lost in their own worlds. Once I was walking with someone beside me, but now it feels like I'm drifting alone. They said time never stops, then why am I still lingering in the same place? Yesterday, today, and tomorrow all seem to blur into one single moment. Between the cracks of time, am I still walking through that same day? Paused yet flowing, flowing yet paused. Have I trapped myself in this endless space? Between the cracks of time, I'm still holding yesterday while living today. Memories fade, emotions grow distant, and somewhere within I lost my way. A cup of coffee left untouched. Time dissolves into the steam, disappearing between the swaying curtains. Yesterday's shadows still watch over me. What excuse do I have now? Am I still waiting for you here? Or is it time to finally leave? My feet hesitate on the threshold, but time moves on, leaving me behind. And then suddenly I realize it was never time that stopped, it was me. Now I must truly move forward, carrying the longing, yet stepping beyond it. Between the cracks of time, I must go now, I must truly leave. Unlocking the door that's been closed too long, taking a step, then another towards something new. Between the cracks of time, I too must travel far at last, leaving the faded memories as they are. I must push forward to find my own path. I stand open the window, and with a quiet hum, I take one step, then another, moving forward. I walk through the day again, brushing past countless faces. Sometimes weary, sometimes smiling, sometimes standing still, just gazing at the sky. The evening glow slowly seeps in, the streets quietly light up one by one. Today fades just like this, yet tomorrow another day will be waiting. It's okay to struggle a little, not every day can shine the same, but if small happiness stays beside me, noticing it is all up to me. Like today, again tomorrow, may these simple moments embrace me. The morning sun knocks on my window, a cup of coffee and warm greetings follow. Like today, again tomorrow, may the gentle wind caress my heart. Though some days may be lonely or hard, I'll still carry myself forward. A familiar melody drifts from a street corner. A quiet hand flips the pages of a book by a cafe window. Under the lamplight along a quiet alley, I softly reflect on my day among the people, or sometimes alone. Each of us is living our own stories, and so, step by step, we
we keep walking towards tomorrow. Not every moment can be special, but that doesn't mean they are meaningless. Just living through today as it is might be beautiful enough. Like today, again tomorrow, may a gentle smile embrace me. The morning sun knocks on my window, and as night falls, may I rest with peace. Life be beautiful enough. Like today, again tomorrow, may the warm wind hold my shoulders. Though I may waver, though I may ache, I'll keep carrying myself forward. Good night, world. Good night, my friends. To everyone I met and crossed paths with today, good night, sleep well. Good night, good night, good night.
Sitting by the window, gently parting the curtain. The world below looks the same as yesterday. People passing by like scattered dots along the alley. An old couple seated quietly on a bench across the street. Like ripples swirling in my coffee cup, my heart moves gently just like them. Someday I too will walk that road, but for now I only watch from here. The world beyond my window, steps moving near and far, drifting among the passing faces, searching for myself. Though it seems like time is standing still, the hours flow by as I sit in my quiet little room. When the rain falls, droplets gather on the glass. Beyond them, the city lights blur and fade. A couple whispering beneath the shared umbrella, yet inside my room, silence lingers still. I take a sip of coffee, warm filling my chest. Familiar scents wrapping around this space. Like the scenes outside my window drifting by, I wonder what is it that I am searching for. The world beyond my window, steps moving near and far, drifting among the passing faces, searching for myself. Though it seems like time is standing still, the hours flow by as I sit in my quiet little room. Perhaps I want to stay here forever, or maybe I'm waiting for the day I finally step out. Closing the window, I pause and wonder, does the world I watch ever look back at me? The world beyond my window, unchanged yet somehow different, as my heart shifts little by little in its quiet transformation.
simply watch.
Sitting on a quiet park bench, watching people slowly passing by. From afar, a couple's phone plays a tune, a melody so familiar yet distant in time. That song, the one only I remembered, but I couldn't recall when or with whom I had heard it. Then suddenly, as if by fate, it found me again, stirring something deep inside. I thought I had long forgotten, told myself it didn't matter anymore. But a single note from that song took me back, back to those days I left behind. A song I heard by chance, pulling me into a faded page of time. Before I knew it, I was humming along, drifting back to the moments we thought would never end. That day we walked down a tree-lined street, the sunset melting into the golden leaves. As if it were meant to be, we stopped together, waiting in silence until the song had played its last note. Back then I never thought it would be the last song we'd share, but now here it is again, still lingering inside me, still playing in my heart. I thought I had long forgotten, told myself it didn't matter anymore. But a single note from that song took me back, back to those days I left behind. A song I heard by chance, pulling me into a faded page of time. Before I knew it, I was humming along, drifting back to the moments we thought would never end. Someday, if you hear this song again, will you stop and think of me just like I do now? Like that day when we stood still, holding hands, afraid to let go. Sitting on a quiet park bench, watching people slowly passing by. Then suddenly, as if by fate, I hear our song again.
The day I first met you, it was last spring on a rainy day, amidst people running with umbrellas. You quietly approached and held one out for me. Dim streetlights reflected on the wet pavement. You brushed back your damp hair and smiled at me. With a shy smile, your white hand offered the umbrella. And in that moment, the world seemed to pause. Do you still remember that day, that spring rain, the endless thrill soaking through us? You and I, our first meeting, that tremble, that joy. The day I first met you, the whole world was drenched in rain. Under the umbrella we
day it all felt like magic meant just for us. In the cafe, soft music played with small hands. You wrote something on the foggy window. Let's stay together forever. Your innocent letters, like a child's wish. And in that moment I knew that our love would remain the same even in the distant future. The emotions of the day I first met you, still here now and forevermore. The day I first met you, the whole world was drenched in rain. Under the umbrella we blossomed together. Even the raindrops seemed to bless us. The day I first met you, a precious gift I'll treasure forever. The scent of that day, the warmth of that day, it all felt like magic meant just for us. If that day had never happened, would we still be here together? Like fate in the midst of the spring rain, at last we found each other. The day I met you, it was the day my world began anew. Walking toward me through the rain, from that moment I belonged to you. The day I met you, the first page forever imprinted in my heart. The final page of our story will always be written together. The day I met you, it was the day everything began. And here we are, still so happy. And here we are, still in love. I walk slowly along the forest path. Birds chirp and a squirrel hides away, like the dry leaves crunching under my feet. Memories of the past quietly awaken. Some faces are clear, some fade like mist. Friends I cherished, love that once bloomed, fleeting moments back then. It all felt eternal. Now it drifts away, dissolving like morning fog. A path through memories, my heart drifts along, carried by the breeze, scattered through time. They've all left, they've all disappeared, yet within me they still remain, like the floating clouds. Tracing its own way, golden sunlight dances gently on the water's face. I sit on a rock and gaze at the distant mountaintop. Clouds linger there, and I once thought I stood that high. It was an illusion, drifting far. I once resented time that wouldn't stop. Now I let it flow, no longer resisting. Like the water, like the wind, simply a part of nature. A path through memories, my heart drifts along, carried by the breeze, scattered through time. They've all left, they've all disappeared, yet within me
they still remain like the floating clouds. If I could return to those days, would I walk more slowly, love more deeply? No, let it be. I'll embrace this moment. For this wind, this path, they belong to me. I walk quietly along the path, gazing toward the endless sky ahead. They've all left, they've all disappeared, yet within me, traces of them still remain. And so I let them go.
Time has quietly passed by, yet in the old photos we're still smiling the same. Back then, we believed everything would last forever, took each other's days for granted without a second thought. Walking down familiar alleyways, laughing until our sides ached at silly little jokes. Now those moments are blurred, like whispers in the wind. But today, for some reason, they feel clearer than ever. Do you ever think of me, even just sometimes? The wind of that day, the warmth of that time. They say everything fades with time, but maybe the things we bury inside only grow clearer. The us back then, the me now, walking different paths, yet still I remember moments frozen in time, echoes of the past, still lingering within me like clouds in the sky. Where am I standing now? I told myself I'd move on, that I'd be fine. But sometimes when I walk these streets, I feel as if you are still right there beside me. On a quiet evening, I see my reflection in the cafe window, unfamiliar and distant. And suddenly our last moment comes rushing back. The silence we held, the words we never said. Do you ever think of me, even just sometimes? The wind of that day, the warmth of that time. They say everything fades with time, but maybe the things we bury inside only grow clearer. The us back then, the me now, walking different paths, yet still I remember moments frozen in time, echoes of the past, still lingering within me like clouds in the sky. There's no way back to what we once were. We've both changed far too much, but in that time, in that place, we existed, and that alone was enough to paint our story. The us back then, the me nows, living under the same sky, but in different worlds. Perhaps like me, you too.
of days when you suddenly remember all.
I sit by the window as the rain falls, tracing your face with my fingertips, drawing your eyes, like sketching your lips. And for a moment you feel so close, but the raindrops blur the lines. My trembling fingers hesitate. I erase your eyes, I erase your lips, and in the end I erase you once again. All that remains are faded memories, a name lingering at my fingertips. I thought I had erased you completely, but on rainy days you're still a misty presence. A scribble on a rainy day, drawing you, erasing you, drawing you again. My heart dissolves like the raindrops on glass, but what I can never erase is my longing for you. A crumpled paper lies on my desk, your name written and rewritten over and over. Beyond the window, the blurry streets, the road you once walked. I stare and stare, lost in thought. There's no trace of you left behind, nowhere, not a single sign. Yet somehow, so vividly, you remain deep inside my heart. A scribble on a rainy day, drawing you, erasing you, drawing you again. My heart dissolves like the raindrops on glass, but what I can never erase is my longing for you. Will I truly forget you someday? Will this scribble fade away? No, even then I'll still be drawing you, erasing you, drawing you, erasing you, over and over again. Try erasing, try erasing you and me. Try erasing, try erasing you and me. Try erasing, drawing.
The world I dreamed of as a child, the stars that sparkled beyond the window. It felt like I could reach them, so I ran and ran again. A melody calling from afar, a voice that whispered my name so close I could almost hear it. Yet with every step it slipped away. Still I reached out my hand, even if I couldn't touch, even if I couldn't hold, believing that someday I would, like yesterday. Today I reach out once more, a dream within reach, distant but near, near yet far. Though now it's blurred, it hasn't faded, it still lingers deep inside of me.
street, a memory resurfaces, that small wish from long ago. Though I've grown older, it remains still resting in a corner of my heart. Once I turned away without regret, but looking back now, I realize those moments were the happiest of all. And maybe it's not too late to dream again. Still I reached out my hand, even if I couldn't touch, even if I couldn't hold, believing that someday I would. Like yesterday, today I reach out once more. A dream within reach, distant but near, near yet far. Though now it's blurred, it hasn't faded, it still lingers deep inside of me. There were times I hesitated, afraid that I might never grasp it. But dreams don't drift away, we just take slow steps toward them. A dream within reach, if I step a little closer I might finally hold it. Even in the dimmest light I won't lose my way. Today once again I walk towards you. A dream within reach, a dream where I can almost touch you.
Turning the narrow alley past the familiar corner, a small bakery I always passed, filled with the scent of warm bread. Across the street, under the old lamppost, you sat on the red bench reading, waiting for me. Sometimes I stop in my tracks, silently staring at the place we once sat together. The bench remains, the street unchanged, but time moves forward, and so do I, yet I linger. Would you ever pass by here again? Do our footprints still linger in this place? Through the bakery's glass window, like that fleeting moment when our eyes once met. Turning the narrow alley, memories hold me still, refusing to let go. I thought I had left, but I realized I'm still circling back to this place. Turning the narrow alley, my steps grow slower, more hesitant. I thought it had faded, but some things never leave, like the echoes of us still whispering in my mind. The old wall behind the bench, still covered in scribbled messages from strangers. We once left our names there too, etching our fleeting moment in small secret letters, passing through unfamiliar faces. For a second I wonder if one might be you, but reality settles in, I know the truth. The past is gone, and you are no longer here. Would you ever pass by here again? Do our footprints still linger in this place? Through the bakery's glass window, like that fleeting moment when our eyes once met. Turning the narrow alley, memories hold me still, refusing to let go. I thought I had left, but I realized I'm still circling back to this place. Turning the narrow alley, my steps grow slower, more hesitant. I thought it had faded, but some things never leave, like the echoes of us still whispering in my mind. One day when I walk this path again, what kind of person will I have become? Will I still feel the same longing? Or will I finally just walk by undisturbed? Turning the narrow alley, unfamiliar yet still so familiar. The past versions of us are gone, but I take a step forward, following my own path. The wind blows fading footsteps in time. I take one step, then another, turning the narrow alley, walking forward. A single flower petal gently falls onto the empty bench.
Turning the final page, I quietly close the book. Between the lingering words, echoes of emotion stretch endlessly. Sunlight scatters beyond the window. Time flows as if standing still. Yet inside me the story lingers, its words still sinking deep into my heart. Each page I turned, I laughed, I cried, I held my breath. And by the time I read the last sentence, I had already become part of its world. The last page of a book, I know it's not the end, but a beginning. In the empty spaces left behind, a new story is waiting to bloom. Reading again, once more again, not ready to let go just yet. This feeling, this fleeting moment, I wanna stay in it a little longer. But someday I know I must close it, to open another book, another story. If I linger too long, I might never see what's waiting next. Yes, this book holds our story, you and I, the time we shared. Even if I close the last page, you will forever remain in my heart. The last page of a book, I know it's not the end, but a beginning. In the empty spaces left behind, a new story is waiting to bloom. I close the book and quietly close my eyes. I close the book and quietly close my eyes.
I come over the hill, drift past city towers, brushing the flags of government buildings, gliding gently among the people. I greet the flowers and trees, tickling the ears of the living. And from one end of the city to the other, today again I carry spring with me.
Lovers on a bench whisper sweet nothings into each other's ears. Their love always dreams of eternity, giggling close, inseparable. I smile faintly and hurry past them on my way.
When I see children, my spirit grows light. Their laughter bursts like petals, fountains, rays of sun, illuminating everything, dazzling and bright. As I pass by them, I hum a little tune without realizing. Even in the gloved hands of the fish stall lady, spring clings fresh mackerel today. She calls, but noticing a stray cat loitering beneath the parasol, she tears off a piece of fish she was cleaning
And flicks it toward the cat. The elders seated on park benches carry silences as deep and golden as the sunset. When a dog out walking with a child wags its tail, they slowly reach out a hand to gently pat its back. Spring settles on their wrinkled hands. Today gay again, I turn the cafe corner past beneath street lamps and catch my breath at the alley's end. In every place I pass, I leave behind small smiles and a trace of warmth. So pulses with life, it dances with youth, lives on change and passion, and of all I'll hold freedom and love. Today again I ride the breath of this city. Spring already lives within our hearts. It blooms from us and through us bears fruit, mountains and fields, heart to heart, quietly, peacefully blossom and spread. Today again I move among the people sharing this gift. The spring of soul is a love we all have bloomed, whispering that truth. Today again I move among the people, singing and dancing through them. Today again I move among the people, singing and dancing through them. You always spoke of freedom and justice. You cried for truth, for the equality of all. But behind your words, arrogance, rudeness, and quiet deceit. Our questions were silenced, our lives crushed beneath careless feet, pushed to the margins again and again. So we became candles, one small flame met another, not just drifting petals, but the will to remember and the trust to believe. And on the days we walk through pain, today blooms again, radiant, wondrous, and proud.
Then came a spring day, sunlight spreading freely, and I stretched out, walking the spring roads in slippers. Kids burst out of classrooms, dragging their slippers down the hallway. Leaving trails of footprints across the sunlit schoolyard. Slippers were the door to spring. Come on in, they seemed to say. But to me, slippers also became a cruel weapon in memory. Back in the days when we called them surepa, inside gray classrooms packed like bean sprouts. Dusty chalkboard, spring air softening the mood, only to be shattered by a flying blue slipper. One word of protest, one shift from attention stance. That's all it took for a slipper to strike the back of my neck. Spitting with a growl, smearing it on the sole of the slipper, and smashing it down on our foreheads without hesitation. One day she pressed her chewed gum onto the slipper sole and ground it into my brother's shaved head. A middle schooler, that teacher. I wonder if she's now raising her own kids in peace. At the school gate, we always had to keep our heads low, like little convicts, apologizing just for being there. That was the time a slipper better called Serta held in someone's hand. It trampled our dreams, young and defenseless. But now the kids today, they bring spring right from their toes with every step. Oh, slipper, I still can't forgive that teacher. A slipper. When I see kids wearing slippers,
slippers to school. My eyes sting with old tears. Back then the Zappa made me burn with rage. Now the slipper makes me quietly smile. Spring is everywhere. Now years later I walk in slippers again, holding my child's hand down a bright spring road. Cherry blossoms float in the air. Our slippers feel like flying, light and easy wear. Oh slipper, no one calls you that anymore, but to me you'll always be that memory, that damn slipper of my school days. Goodbye. Every weekend, driving down the highway, an hour and a half from Seoul. A tiny sign tucked between rice fields, this way to the weekend farm. What began as curiosity is now a habit of hoe and soil for this couple in their 50s. The husband grabs his tools, already digging. Wife pulls out her phone, searches YouTube, and plays the song she loves. Trot rhythms bounce through the breeze. He digs deeper in time with the beat. She teases him with a smile. Can't you make those rows any straighter? Handing him a bowl of water, still smiling, he sighs. Woo! Farming's no joke, gulps it down. That's the stuff. Even butterflies swirl around, singing, oh, life is good. Let's eat before we work more. A mat is spread and a bundle of kimbap is open from behind her back. Ta-da! A bottle of mak걸li appears. He grins, what about driving? She smirks, today I'm the chauffeur. The smoky wind of the city is now a breeze of flower petals here. A long day slips by, their hearts now scented with earth and spring. Garden row, planting pepper seedlings side by side. Will they grow? Well, you think you're blooming more beautifully than them these days. He dusts off his muddy pants with his cap. They walk the edge of the field as dusk falls. We farm a small patch of land, but in spirit we're landowners, big ones. In the trunk, local green onions, 2 trays of eggs. Let's plant some crown daisy next week, sure. 2 bottles of mak걸li. Outside the sunset burns crimson, and only laughter lingers in the quiet field. Even on borrowed land, living without greed, this spring is all ours, a spring of our own. spring rain whispers quietly. I sit back on an old chair in a humble tavern. A slice of pajon, a glass of mak걸li goes down smooth like an old K-trot song. Along the market alleys, that savory smell drifts in the air. And one by one, people come soaked from the rain, weighed down by their day. Their clothes are damp, and so are their hearts. Nothing beats pajeon and mak걸li on a rainy day. Someone laughs over army stories, another curses the world to ease their chest, bragging about the kids, grumbling about husbands' sighs, and stories fill the table. They clink their cups and shake off the day. To this moment, cheers, one glass then another. Oh, on rainy days, it's gotta be pajon and mak걸li. Life sizzles like batter in a pan, then goes down soft and warm. As the hours pass, so do we, floating gently along the sound of the rain. Tired hearts, lonely days, all melt and wash away in the drizzle. Slice of pajon held by chopsticks, a bowl of mak걸li lifted by laughter, raindrops tapping gently at the window. And without words, we begin to lean into each other. The night deepens, the kettle empties, and our stories pour out, never quite ending. For every empty cup, another is filled, each with a tale cooking slowly in this rainy alley. And you, drip drop, the raindrops start to dance. Sizzle, sizzle, golden brown, the pajon cooks just right. The scent of makkolli. Excuse me, another pajon with makkolli over here. This table too. One more round, please. In this rainy alley with makkolli in hand, another day slowly sizzles into the scent of pajon.
The sign is worn and faded, but inside the gukbap house, the madam hums like boiling broth. Kungjak, kungjak, kungjajo kungjak.
Steam rising high, the gukbap is boiling, and so is our love bubbling along. She taps the ladle to the beat, a trot melody laid like garnish on top.
Kungjak, kungjajo kungjak. One Sunday gukbap, please.
Coming right up with a ladle full of love. She spins her ladle like a microphone.
The spotlight hers, her stage always open. Kungjak, kungjajo kungjak.
The gukbap house madame is the queen of trot. Between the floating garnishes, life gently sways. A twinkle in her eye, a warm dialect in her voice. She guards the heart of this alley once again today. Oh, madame, that song of yours, what a soulful
too. In her youth, she chased a bright dream, singing behind the stage deep into the nights. Love and life boiled hot like gukbap, but the world was tough and youth drifted away like steam.
Now she stirs life with the ladle instead of a mic. But her first love song she never let go. Kunjak, 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 kunjak. Between bowls of gukbap a trot line flows, and the regulars know it, her deep bold melody.
Irregular tears up over a drink. She sets down a bowl beside him. Here, eat while listening to this one. One verse from the madam. Kunjak, 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 kunjak. No comfort in the world compares.
The gukbap house madame is the queen of trot.
She wraps up weary days in hot broth and sends them off to a single verse. They laugh, they cry, they live again. This alley is her stage, and today she sings once more. Madame, that song, that flavor we'll never forget. Here she comes, our trot queen. Kunjak, 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 kunjak. Steam rising high, the gukbap is boiling, and so is our love bubbling along. Kunjak, kunjak, kunjaja, kunjak.
On a warm, sunny Saturday morning, a breeze teased the curtains as he slipped through the window. The man of few words spoke up first. Should we do a little spring cleaning today? The kids frowned at first, dragging their feet, but soon they were racing out to help. Dolly opened the veranda windows wide, shaking off winter and welcoming spring.
Her husband wiped dust from the ceiling corners. The kids pushed the vacuum and rinsed out rags. Dolly smiled quietly to herself.
When was the last time we were all this in sync?
Opening the drawer in the small room, her fingers brushed against an old letter. Handwritten words from their dating days, still careful and neat, brushed past her like spring wind.
Let's order lunch today, her husband declared. The kids and Dolly shouted in perfect unison.
짜장면 and 탕수육. All four of them burst into laughter as soon as the delivery guy left.
They sat around the sofa mixing jjajangmyeon.
탕수육.
Dad liked pumak, the kids preferred chikmak. Dolly, she went both ways.
With cleaning done and the kids napping, he brought out 2 mugs of coffee to the terrace. We did pretty good today.
Huh? Maybe we should clean again tomorrow? Dolly leaned gently against his shoulder, sunlight glinting off the coffee in their cups. That quiet happiness melted into her chest like a soft wave.
In the kitchen, the sound of chopping onions, a careful hand adding just a drop more soy sauce. Dolly tied her apron once again, seasoning the
bulgogi with love. Kids, tonight's a bulgogi party. The little ones rubbed their eyes and ran out from sleep, filling the living room with chatter and giggles. Like the savory smell of grilled meat, laughter filled the house. The house was clean, their hearts warm. Dolly sank into the couch, let out a quiet breath, and gently folded this day into memory. The dust of winter now gone. What once felt tiring or unfair will remain not as complaints, but as warm echoes of laughter. Dolly's family spring cleaning day wrapped in love. Spring is here, they said, and under the wall, Forsythia woke first, waving her pink sleeves in the breeze. I woke up first. She shouts, dancing with joy. Our dog at home lies flat on the floor, deep in sleep, until sunshine tickles his nose. He stays still, but his tail begins to wag and dance, swaying soft. Down the alley by the mill, a loud pop from roasting corn. The pigeons flap, startled, darkening the sky as they rise. Waves of wings, dancing high. A child at the bus stop lets go of a paper bag. It flies into the breeze, spinning once then twice, dancing in circles in the air. Keen young gum from the ginkgo house downs a shot of 막걸리, sings a line of 춘향가 중숙 대머리. His shoulders start to sway, he dances bold and proud. School is just out, backpacks barely hanging on. Kids run through the alleys, laughing, shouting, chattering, their feet already dancing. Even the plum tree by the apartment, branches twitching gently. Pink blossoms stretch and bloom as petals open their sleepy eyes. They sway and dance in rhythm. Spring without a word steps in ever so quietly. Beasts and trees and people too, it lifts them all step by step. Yes, it makes the whole world dance. So yes, spring is dancing. Let's shrug our shoulders, twist our waists, and just like that, dance right into it. Hey, spring is dancing, yeah, yeah. Hey, spring is dancing, yeah, yeah. And now, so am I. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And now, so am I. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
coming and damn, there goes another one. They act like they don't know, but I see through their disguise. Okay, beauty salon, we just fell for her. Oh, no way out, trapped inside her stare. One little glance, one little smile, and I'm done, so are they. Oh, my queen, there's no escape, we're all the same. They say this place is the best in town, the perfect spot for a brand new crown. Oh no, no, but I know the truth, I know it well, and so do they. Her scissors slip sometimes, but we don't even care. It's not the cut, it's her, it's her, it's only her. She's shining bright like neon lights, moving so smooth like she's dancing in time. Soft hands, warm laugh, whisper so sweet. Oh no, time slows down, but for me it's running fast. The guys keep coming in, damn, there goes another one. They act like they don't know, but I see through their disguise. Okay, beauty salon, we just fell for her. Oh, no way out, trapped inside her stare. One little glance, one little smile, and I'm done, so are they. Oh, my queen, there's no escape, we're all the same. No need to book, we just show up. Staring at her, just waiting in line. They pretend they're here for a cut, but we all know why. We all know why. Locked inside her world, and we don't even wanna leave. We all know why. Okay, beauty salon, I just fell for her. Okay, beauty salon, just waiting in line. Okay, beauty salon, we all fell for her. Okay, beauty salon, just waiting in line.
Like always, today felt just like yesterday. But somehow, tonight feels a little different. Another same old day, watching the boss dodging the junior, staring at the copier like it might answer me. A cup of vending machine coffee and kimchi jjigae at lunch. Rice stirred into the broth, eaten alone, just like always. But today someone left a bag of snacks on my desk. Who was it? Maybe Ideri from planning, with that smile, those crescent-shaped eyes. A short stroll down that fantasy was the only soft light in my day. Evening came just like always. I sat under the neon of the convenience store, poured water into the cup, lime, popped open a beer. First sip for the stress, second while waiting for the lime to bloom. People walk by in pairs, in silence, in slumps. Every face wore the same fatigue in the glass. My reflection looked just like theirs, tired, small, but for this moment I was free. Cup ramen and beer like always. The you are steady, alive, rooted in your place. Still, just because today was heavy doesn't mean tomorrow must be the same. This time alone every night has always mattered to me. White dandelion, you bloomed where no one looked, and I think you were telling me it's okay, you can bloom soon. I finish the beer and stand, but some fall. The darkness brightens the street. Like always, this city's night smells metallic, like wet coins and something left unsaid. But it's not all bad. I buy a few more beers, look once more at the dandelion by the bench. And the stars sparkle just a little more tonight. This walk home somehow feels sacred. Because if not for you, how could this ordinary day feel so full? Hang in there, we'll survive, we'll bloom. White dandelion, you wrapped up my day with that quiet little voice. White dandelion.
Last winter was a cold one. You stayed by the window, just wagging your tail, following my footsteps quietly with those moody, longing eyes. But then the breeze slipped through the door, sunlight danced across the floor before I even said, let's go out. Your nose was stiffened, ears were up, tail spinning fast. Spinning at the door full of joy. Even before your leash was clipped on, your paw prints on the grassy field lit like musical notes in the wind. Stopping at every corner, sniffing out stories the winter had hidden. I looked at you and smiled. You looked at me and smiled right back. It's the weekend, I'm whistling a tune. Your favorite duck jerky, packed the whole bag. Sweet potato, pumpkin, carrot, steamed just right. I roll some kimbap, grab a drink or two. You wag your tail in big lazy loops. I hum along with a grin. Spring is blooming gently right here between me and you. Puppy, let's go greet the spring. Oh, 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 oh. Leaves are sprouting, skies are light and clear. Your footsteps, your happy breath pull me into a run. Oh, puppy, let's go greet the spring. Oh, 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 oh. Now that winter's past, maybe life will be a little kinder. And maybe, just maybe, more of our days will bloom like flowers. Puppy, let's go greet the spring. And maybe we'll smile more days, like blossoms in the breeze. Puppy, let's go greet the spring. Let's go greet the spring. Let's go together. wash the trash bags again and again for food. Curled up small under broken steps to block out the wind and hold on. When spring comes, I feel it too. The wind on the street becomes my friend. Sometimes the smell of grilled fish slips from a window crack and tickles my nose. I turn that scent into a song and send it drifting all around me. In the day, I close my eyes and soak up the sun. The way it moves across my back feels like someone's hand. It's only brushing me away. At night, voices call out love in the alleys, but it's not just to find a mate. It's to break the silence of being alone. We cry to say I'm still here. That's what our howling really means. Some remember me with a handful of food. Some erase me with a kick. But I'm still alive. I sit here, eyes wide open, whispering meow. Taking up a corner of the world for myself. With sunlight on my back and wind in my whiskers, I call out my name. My name is Street Cat. I just love this spring. I just love the sunshine. My name is Street Cat.
Early in the morning, she presses warm rice into a steel bowl. Frying golden egg strips, she pauses, gazing blankly out the window. Spring has deepened, and as the cherry blossoms settle like snow on the hill road, she remembers him, the one whose wrist she never dared to hold. On days when blossoms fall in a sudden flurry, her heart stirs again. They rode the same bus, but she only followed him quietly from a distance. Never touched his hand, barely even said his name. Just blushed, smiled. It was a season when waiting was a form of love. I wonder where he is now. Whom is he spend his spring with? His smile warm like this gimbap, gentle like the scent of sesame oil. When he crosses her mind, she smiles without meaning to, and wraps one more gimbap for someone who'll never know. They're carrying a piece of her spring. What he loved wasn't the egg or the pickled radish. Maybe it was her hesitation, her eyes that couldn't quite meet his, her clumsy shyness. She had known then that love wasn't about reaching out, but about quietly staying in the same place, waiting to be seen. The radio hums a K-Trot tune, a soft croon full of longing. She's halfway through wrapping a roll when cherry blossoms catch her eye again. Mrs. My kimbap, ready
Yes, coming right up. Does he still remember me? No, it's enough that I remember him. Life has been heavy with love, with work, but somehow I've made it this far. And on a spring day like this, when blossoms burst into the breeze, his face comes back for a moment. Maybe it's okay to take it out and look at it once in a while. After living so busily for so long, the sesame oil smells especially rich today. Maybe because she tucked a little first love into the roll. That memory wrapped deep inside King Pop. This spring, it's ripening all over again.
Winter coats are out, oh I feel so light. Sun kisses my cheeks, wind lifts my hair just right. Fingers brush strangers' smile and let it slide. Maybe it's just the season pulling us inside. The streets are crowded, benches feel so warm. Should I take your hand? Oh, just one more second. Then boom, 20 pine 5, go we'll see where love begins to rise. Spring is calling and youth is on the line. Oh la la la, the temperature of affection, 25 of us say. Cold hands now feel so warm, hearts so wide open and ready to soar. Energy rushes through, lips of a melody pure. Oh la 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 la, the temperature of affection, 25 of us say. By the window side, eyes deeper than the coffee I sip at night. Resting in sunlight, feeling so alive. Every word we say, springtime brings to life. The streets are crowded, benches feel so warm. Should I steal a kiss? Oh, just one more second, then closer. 25, now we'll see where passion comes alive. Springtime whispers and love starts to thrive. Oh la la la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the sea. Cold hands now feel so warm, hearts so wide open and ready to soar. Energy rushes through, lips on the melody pure. Oh la 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 la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the sea. Flowers in bloom, love is rising high, dancing to the rhythm of 25. Step by step, closer still, come a little closer now. Oh la 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 la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the say. Oh la la la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the say. With spring we rise again. Of affection, 25 of the sea. Remember the temperature of affection, 25 of us. Oh la la la, love is blooming at 2025. Oh la 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 la, where love takes flight at 2025.
From the end of the alley, a gentle breeze touches the frozen ground, tapping softly on my window.
whispering yellow secrets into the air. Layer by layer, it peels away the heavy winter chill. Beneath the wall, forsythia sways like a flowing yellow skirt. Between the stretching light and playful winds, it spreads like children's laughter. Forsythia carried on the spring breeze brings back radiant memories. The sound of footsteps skipping by, those ticklish yellow giggles. Somewhere inside them, my childhood self still hides. Bicycles glide down the hill, new school bags bouncing in rhythm. Waving hands chase the rolling wheels, laughter trailing like spring wind. A little child dives into the waves of yellow bloom. Petals in her mouth, she sleeps and dreams until mother calls. That spring still brings a smile and gently closes my eyes. Forsythia carried on the spring breeze brings back radiant memories. The sound of footsteps skipping by, those ticklish yellow giggles. Somewhere inside them, my childhood self still hides. Return to that time, but every year they bloom again, like a child's laughter, like tiny feet running free. They color my heart yellow and bright once more. Forsythia carried on the spring breeze, a wistful name hidden in each petal. Footsteps echo through time, laughter floats in on the wind. Calling my younger days, I walk again beneath the forsythia-lined wall. Along the wall where the spring breeze brought the bloom.
A nameless alley, no signs in sight, just the dim glow of a street lamp, and my shadow trailing behind. Walking didn't feel like going somewhere, but more like quietly turning back into myself. No familiar path, no clear destination, yet somehow I wasn't afraid. The sound of rain softly covered my hesitation. In that hush, I found myself asking, are you okay right now? Passing through a signless alley, I followed
direction, more than what I've lost. It was all I'd quietly held on to that showed me. On nights like this, I finally begin to understand. Wet pavement, a faded mural, a cat beneath the low awning. Tonight everything felt like it was embracing me. Even this rain-soaked city seemed warm for once. We're always so afraid of losing our way, but maybe what truly matters is what rises in that lostness. Where am I now? And more importantly, with what kind of heart am I walking? Passing through a signless alley, I might have been walking for the first time at my own pace, not someone else's, just mine and mine alone. And when I turned around, I didn't know the direction, but I knew my heart had moved forward. And that on this quiet night was more than enough.
The sky over Seoul is gray. People flow like waves, hand in hand, two bent shoulders step into the subway. The screen flickers, numbers changing fast. What stop was it again? They glance at each other searching. People move like clockwork, rush in sync. Where are they all headed? These men and women. Our steps are slow, sometimes we pause, but as long as we're together, it's alright, just like always. And then the subway doors open wide, like ocean waves, people rush inside. We look around, searching for a seat. Two young girls rising gently offer theirs. Oh, we can stand, but such kind and pretty hearts they have. The world has moved so fast, just like this speeding train. Shoulders leaning close, they gaze at each other again. Through endless stations, stop and start, and we have come this far. Yet still we walk in step, side by side, never apart. Young couple beside them bickers playfully. A lover's quarrel vanishes like ripples in a stream. Does it bring back old memories? They glance and softly laugh. The quarrel ends as he lightly wraps his arm around her shoulder. The elderly couple chuckles, nudging each other shyly. No matter how the subway shakes, nothing shakes them anymore. Eyes closed, hands still clasped tight, yet clearer than ever their granddaughter's face appears. What was the name of that puppy she has. Time has slipped by so fast. Now our stop is near. Checking once, twice over again. To be old means to check and check again. They turn and smile, looking into each other's eyes once more. Through the ever-rushing streets of Seoul, through the crowds that never slow, the elderly couple walks on hand in hand, carrying a gift for their granddaughter, soon to be a bride.
Same seat, same quiet day. I looked out the window without thinking, and suddenly I felt it. The light had grown a little softer, a little kinder. The wind was still cold, but the sunlight lingered longer. In that light, something unspoken began to quietly bloom. Spring lingered just outside the window. It said nothing, but the warmth slipping through the curtain told me the new season was quite here. The steps of passers-by seem lighter somehow. Someone smiled for the first time in a while, and without meaning to, my heart felt warm again. Outside the window, and for that one moment, no past, no loneliness seemed to matter. I simply stayed within the light. That's how spring comes, without sound. Standing for a while, just beyond the glass, watching me.
Shine bright, the city moves, rhythm takes flight. Step in a circle, the crowd gets loud. This is your moment, own it now.
The beat
explode, sparks fly high from one other park to the other side. One step forward, someone jumps in, another follows. The battle begins.
Footwork sharp, hands tell a story. This is war, but no need to worry.
Unplanned yet fierce and real. Tonight we prove it all with skill. Hands up high, let the rhythm flow. This moment, the music's in control. Anyone's a star, anyone's the stage. Soul's night is calling your name. Move it, drop it, let the bass line ride. Feel the groove, let your body slide. Under street lights, heartbeats race. This is your time, own the space. A kid claps from the sidelines, watching it all. Now their feet start tapping, answering the call. A nod to the beat, lost in the sound. One step closer, now they're breaking it down. Someone jumps, someone spins, another locks in, showing their wins. No rules here, just one command, never stop, let the music stand. Hands up high, let the rhythm flow. This moment, the music's in control. Anyone's a star, anyone's the stage. Soul's night is calling your name. Move it, drop it, let the bass line ride. Feel the groove, let your body slide. Under street lights, heartbeats race. This is your time, own the space. Sweat drips down, breath runs deep, but stopping now, this game's too steep. One more step, feel the heat. Soul streets where dance and rhythm meet. The beat gets softer, but the night still glows. Yet the rhythm lingers deep in our souls. One more step, wake the city high. One more step, let's wake the world tonight. One more step, wake the city high. One more step, let's wake the world tonight.
Claps from the sidelines, watching it all. Now the feet start tapping,
Answering call,
under street lights, heartbeats race. This is your time,
own the space.
claps from the sidelines, watching it all. Now the feet start tapping,
Answering call,
under street lights, heartbeats race.
this is your time, own the space. I wanted to go to the sea, to break free from this age of suffocating speed, entangled ties, to let the wind take me wherever it would go. And there, in the packed morning subway, I dreamed a dream I had long forgotten. In that dream I became a butterfly, flying slowly, so slowly, through the maze of buildings. But with a freedom I had never known, I melted into the wings of that butterfly, gliding soundlessly above the forest of glass and stone. People walked fast, spoke fast, news rushed even faster. The world spun faster still. Some ran ahead, some barely held on, but I couldn't keep up. So I rose higher and chose to fly farther. Passage on Boulevard, gliding over Cheonggyecheon, I soared beyond the gates of a women's college and over the Han River, leaving behind the glitter of the city. Just as my wings began to tire, stay strong, little butterfly, the spring breeze whispered and gently became my companion for a while.
I am now flying
to the sea. I long to fall into its wide embrace, to dive into the deep rhythm of the waves and be carried away. Surely the sea has been waiting for someone like me.
I look down at Seoul from beneath the clouds. Its lights, its speed, its noise and silence. Love lives there in sorrow, and yes, perhaps hope too. But I know now my wings were too light, too fragile to navigate that storm.
I am now flying to the sea. I let go of promotions, romance, and counterbalances. With the flutter of a butterfly, finally finding its destination, I go. Shaken, yes, but with unwavering resolve. The sea must be calling out my name right now.
The sea is still far away, but with every moment
I move a little closer to a better me than yesterday.
so on this quiet spring day with no one watching,
I like a butterfly